Recording in progress.
Very welcome. I'd like to call this meeting to order for the Corporation of Township of Puslinch on November 8th, 2023. We'll start with roll call. Councillor Hurst. Present. Councillor Goyda.
Present.
Councillor Spoulos.
Present.
And Councillor Bailey.
Present.
All right, so we'll begin our moment of reflection. Please, our moment of reflection. Okay, confirmation of the agenda. This was my question.
That council approves the November 8th, 2023 agenda and addendum as circulated, and the council approves the addition to the agenda as follows. Consent item 6.1.6, questions received from council seeking additional information and the corresponding responses provided by staff.
Excellent. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Spoulos, second by Councillor Hurst. Questions or comments? All in favor? Do we have any disclosure of pecuniary interests and general nature thereof today?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. This regarding item 10.3, depending how the discussion goes, we do discuss the significant economic development study area. I will have a conflict. So rationale is I live on Sidewalk 20 North and have previously declared to have a pecuniary interest in a proposed rezoning of property in Sidewalk 20 North. The study area for the regionally significant economic study currently structure includes all properties on east side of Sidewalk 20 North from 1 to 34 to Forestell Road. Further requires me to declare a pecuniary interest as any development may have an impact on the value of my property. Unless the study areas change, I cannot accordingly participate in discussions and decisions regarding the study.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Spoulos. Any others? No. All right, Ms. Whitefox, who's our first presenter today?
Right, so today we have a presentation by Prepper, and I believe you're joining us virtually. I believe it's Bob Minhas that's online with us right now.
See his face.
My apologies, Council. I just joined as a panelist. Thank you. May I begin?
You may.
Excellent. Thank you, Council, for seeing us today. My name is Bob Minhas. I am the Program Manager for Prepper Foundation, a nonprofit based in Mississauga, Ontario. In your package, I have submitted a presentation, which I won't go through all today since we only have 10 minutes. It is meant to showcase our participation in the Puslinch community as funded by one of the ministries of the federal government. The idea here is to help local Puslinch business owners apply digital transformation to their business. This includes training, this includes wage subsidies, this includes employee training, and a variety of other incentives to support the employer. Why I'm here today is I'm asking for council's support or council's feedback on the ability to outreach to local employers in Puslinch, Ontario. Justine from the clerk's office has been instrumental in her support in helping us connect with local community business owners. Our goal is to try and connect with 25. So far, we've only been able to connect with 5. And so again, our goal or our hope here is to receive again feedback or receive any advice on what would be the best way move forward to connect to local business owners, or to answer any particular questions about the program, the specific program that may not be in the package.
All right, thank you. I guess I'll open up to council for questions or discussion. Councillor Hurst.
Yeah, thanks. I think in the meeting notes, there was a really good presentation in terms of the kind of the key pieces. I guess maybe my recommendation to staff would be is to, do what you feel is appropriate to let local businesses know about this opportunity. We've seen some positive uptake in the local economic development promotion of 24 odd businesses. So I think that's probably the starting point where I would push this information out to. No specific questions, though. I think it's good initiatives, putting the tools in people's hands to be successful if they need it.
Counselor Goida?
Yeah, thank you for coming. And thank you. One of the questions I was gonna ask is what has the uptake been like so far? So you've indicated that already. I think in terms of maybe advice, you said you're looking for some advice or some feedback. For myself, you know, if I'm out in the community, I could be talking about this, but I have to say I don't entirely understand how it works, or like what kinds of projects you would be looking to undertake. So is it something like, as an employer, you would help them develop or train staff to develop a website or a digital newsletter, or change from a physical office to a virtual office? Like, what, could you give us some examples of what kinds of projects you would work with the businesses to undertake, so that when we're out in the community, we could be perhaps better advocating for it?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. The goal here is to help local Puss Lynch business owners grow in digital capacity in digital marketing, digital sales, or digital customer service. So we are really focused on how can we help businesses expand their client base, perhaps grow in terms of employees, to offer more clarity. The training would include training on web development, training on digital marketing, training on customer relationship management systems. The way we start the training is we do an assessment with our digital expert, with each individual business owner, and then we determine where the gaps might exist or where they could benefit from in terms of digital training. I did forget to also say that this programming is entirely free to Puss Lynch business owners. So again, just to clarify, the idea is we do an assessment, we understand if they have digital needs or where they have digital challenges. We then provide space in our training program for the owner or the employees they wish to submit. And we're running 3 full-day programs where they can learn all about those digital components in web, in social media, etc. But the focus is then what they learn is to take that assessment and actually apply it to the business over an 11-week period while we work with them. So as the implementation is happening, our Prepper digital experts are here to answer questions, here to support if something's not quite working. So again, that was a bit of a long answer, but hopefully the clarity is meant to be, it's meant to help them grow a new client base, or just grow in terms of adding more complement of staff.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Toulouse?
Yes, thank you for coming. It's a very good program. A question I have, would this apply also to our municipal staff as well?
That is a great question, Councillor. I can definitely look into that and reply to Justine. Our only requirement is that it's a corporation, and of course the town of Puss Lynch is a corporation, so I believe so, but please allow me to confirm that before I overcommit.
Okay, and a question of staff, what other means are you proposing to try to get more uptake on this program?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we have been reaching out to the directory of businesses that we have been in contact with through our other economic development initiatives. So we're pushing it out that way. We also have the ability to push it out through our social channels, our website, that sort of thing.
Okay, great, thank you.
Counselor Bailey?
Thank you. Thanks for coming today. You had mentioned that there was no cost to the employer. Is there any cost to employee or job seekers?
There is not. There is no cost to anyone. And thank you, Councillor, for pointing that out. Part of the program is that we are also looking to train local Puss Lynch job seekers or in the area with this digital capability and match them with an employer for a wage subsidy. My apologies, I forgot to add that. There is no cost to any participant of the program, no. Other than time.
Right. And so when you mentioned doing the different training and it's over an 11-week session, is that in a group setting or is it one-on-one type training? How does that work?
So what'll happen is from now until December 1st, every employer that we meet, we do the digital assessment one-on-one. Starting on December 1st, depending on the number of employees we have from employers, the training is meant to exist in a rolling cohort. So our first cohort will be 3 full days over 2 weeks. If there are other employers who have said, I'm sorry, we can't make those dates, or it's a busy time, we then can add an additional cohort to continue to train. Our last cohort does have to be completed prior to end of the year, because then we need those 11 weeks prior to March to be able to help with implementation.
Okay, I'm just gonna ask this question. So a friend of mine is really involved in Stride. It's an association that does help train job seekers and it helps match them with employees. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's sort of in the Milton, Burlington area. But a lot of the times they, or what they do focus on is a lot of the mental health barriers that prevent job seekers from becoming employed. Do you touch on any sort of mental health training or any sort of soft services like that other than what you've mentioned?
I'm afraid not. The job seeker cohort is focused on digital skills and soft skills for employment, including resume, cover letter, and interview training. So unfortunately, we don't have the capacity for those additional supports, but we are open to working with other agencies who might have those supports in the county.
Yeah, that's important, I think. I think that's good to hear. Just to staff, I know one of our local businesses, she is so busy with her business that sending an email isn't even reaching her. It's not on her radar. She's not, she's so busy with her business that sending an email might not connect to her. So are we planning any door knocking or reaching out in person, phone calls, anything other than digital reach out?
So through you, Mr. Chair, no, the answer to door knocking and phone calls, we do not have the staff capacity for that. But we are planning through the 2024 budget to be sending our community guides door to door. So, if they're not able to access the information or be a part of that program for this year, just based on, their schedules or their commitments to their business, they will receive that in the mail and then they would be able to have that uptake for the following year.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor,
Thank
may
you.
I add to that answer? Yes, so that's a great offer. We actually are starting to do door knocking starting next week. So we will have 2 staff members in the community with Prepper identified clothing that will be talking to local business owners about the program and more importantly, soliciting feedback to determine, as you had said, if they're too busy or if the dates don't work, etc. So we have taken that on, but unfortunately, we're just starting it now. We spent the earlier time really focused on trying to run local events. We experimented with local social media marketing, email lists. We were very well supported by the county, workforce development, CFTC, and of course, Justine. We just haven't hit those milestones yet. So we're going to try in-person door knocking starting next week.
That is great to hear. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Would you be interested in advertising in like a local newspaper? One of them is the Puslinch Pioneer. That gets delivered, to my understanding, to almost every residence in the township. We have a lot of home occupations, so even if it's just a simple ad and the cost is minimal, but it could at least direct people to your contact point, whether it's website or not, because that might actually be who you're trying to get to. You're trying to get to people that are not engaged digitally to become engaged. So I would suggest that if that's within your means. It's been touched on already, the dealing with the economic development component from the county. We're doing a lot of BR&E, business retention and expansion. That's why Bosch, you mentioned the community guide. I don't know if some of this could be included in the community guide to help steer people. But if you haven't connected or haven't connected to them with the economic development at the county, I think that's important. Also, what the hell? Oh, on our website, on our social, could we just have a simple, what do I write down? Do you need help growing your digital sales? And something simple that people could click on, and then bang, it takes you to either your page or the BR&E that has your stuff included, but something that just when they come to buy their, I don't know, their fire permit, maybe a little tab pops up. I don't know if that's within our means or not, but I think a very, very to the point message. Do you need help with your digital footprint or your digital business? And people are like, yeah, I do. And then, then you kind of get a bit more, right? So if that's within our means, I think that would be beneficial. But yeah, the BRNE through the county, the economic development, they're doing some good work right now, and if we can piggyback on that with you, that would be great. So I don't know if you could add any comments to what I've said, Ms. Whitefire.
So through you, Mr. Chair, township staff have developed a webpage that has economic development information available to the public. So it's the county information. It's also some of the partners, Prepper, and some of the other Wellington Futures, that sort of thing. Their information is on our website now. There's also a link to the open house video, a recording of that, where you can actually hear the presentations from Prepper from all of these different resources. So we have that on the township website now. It's available. And staff can certainly work on developing sort of like a messaging campaign through socials to try to draw people to the website.
So, oh,
Wonderful, thank you.
well, I hope that was helpful.
Very much so. I would ask if I may have a connection to the Puss Lynch Pioneer. We were only able to find Puss Lynch today in our research. Unfortunately, we didn't find the Pioneer, so we'd love to reach out to place an ad for sure.
Yeah, so it's a great little paper and it's old school. It's still printed and well, not hand delivered, but it's
Yeah.
mailed out, so.
Wonderful.
Well, very good resolution.
The council received a delegation by Bob Minhas from Prepper regarding the digital transformation program for Puss Lynch employers in 2023 for information.
And move for that, please. Councilor Goyda, seconded by Councilor Spoulis. All in favor? Carried. All right, thank you, Bob. Appreciate the
Thank you.
presentation.
Thank you, council.
Sorry, is LAS next? Oh, yeah. 10:15. You didn't get no response on the LAS from the county yet?
We got a response from LAS regarding the county.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Are you ready? Good. All right. You can when you're ready.
Great. Thank you very much. Will you be running through the slide deck, or should I do that from my screen?
So just give us 1 second. She'll give you the permissions to share your screen.
Okay.
Great. Should be able to share your screen now.
All right. Everything coming through?
Yep.
Great. Thank you. All right. My name is Tanner Watt. I'm a municipal program specialist with Local Authority Services. We were asked to give a bit of a presentation to council on automated speed enforcement. So I'll be providing a bit of background on who LAS is, how automated speed enforcement can work for a community, and where LAS is at this moment in creating our own program designed for small to medium-sized Ontario municipalities. So a bit of background to start with on who LAS is. We are the business services wing of the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, or AMO. So we exist to create programs to help municipalities out. So this can be bulk purchasing to access better pricing. It can be setting up complex programs to solve complex problems that would be a challenge for, again, particularly small to medium-sized municipalities to do on their own, or any other ways that we can take advantage of the scale of all municipalities in Ontario collectively to create programs to benefit each one individually. Automated speed enforcement is something that is relatively new to Ontario. It was allowed in legislation starting in 2017. The only programs that are really ongoing right now are in the GTA through the Toronto Joint Processing Center. The existing programs are not particularly friendly to municipalities who are smaller and not in the GTA, so the LAS board decided to move forward with creating our own ASE program to help those municipalities out and bring this service to all municipalities in Ontario. The goal of this program is community safety. These cameras have been proven to reduce speeds if used correctly and targeted well. So this is another tool that municipalities can use along with live enforcement, engineering service programs to reduce speeds and increase safety in the community. The legislation to create those comes from a few different places. Some goes all the way back to Provincial Offences Act and the Highway Traffic Act from more than 30 years ago. The Safer School Zone Act of 2017 is what made automated speed enforcement legal in Ontario. That was updated again in 2019 with automated speed enforcement to clarify how that will work. And then just last year, another piece of legislation was passed allowing for administrative penalties, which is another option besides the existing court system for processing these tickets. And that can, in some cases, be an effective tool for taking the load off of court systems, which in many cases are at or even beyond capacity. Generally, there are going to be three main pieces to creating an automated speed enforcement program. The camera supply, the equipment includes a few different pieces. There are very specific signage requirements providing warning to motorists to let them know that a camera is coming for 90 days ahead of time. And then once the cameras are live, there are signs letting motorists know. Along with that, you also, of course, have the camera supply and calibration, any maintenance or repair, responses to vandalism, as well as moving them around the community if that's something that's desired. Most camera suppliers will offer a range of different contract options, some lease, some purchase, and I'll describe in a little bit what the LAS program will be offering. In terms of violation processing, that is the second big piece. That's taking it from the cameras and turning it into an actual ticket. This uses provincial offences officers to review and verify the tickets. They make sure everything is in accordance with the legislation in terms of noting the violation and creating the ticket. They look up the information for the registered vehicle owner in the MTO database, create the ticket, mail it out, print it, send it off. In the adjudication section, if the ticket is challenged, or the process as well for collecting the fine data, there are two options. There's the existing POA courts, in which case a information package would need to be created for the court. The second option is administrative penalties, which is where the municipality itself essentially takes on that role. So there would need to be a couple of staff either designated or added to fit particular roles. There are reporting requirements by the province, but it is something that brings it under municipal control directly. One of the unique things of the legislation is that for the violation processing part, the municipality doesn't have to do their own, which is where the LAS program comes into play. So the Township of Puslinch would be able to have their tickets processed by either another municipality or by a joint processing center. With administrative penalties, as it is right now, it would need to be either the township itself directly or your upper tier if you have one. So in this case, it would be the county. Those are the two options for that. It's something that our policy team is working on to see if there are some options there, as a more centralized program would be able to make that process more efficient. But as it sits right now with the legislation, the option would be either the township or the county processing those tickets. For the LAS program, we will be able to take care of the first two pieces of that and part of the third. So we are able to supply the cameras through our partner, which in this case is Conduent. They were selected through an RFP process that we ran a couple of years ago. They will provide the cameras, the signage, calibration, anything to do with that. It is a lease model, so the municipality will not be purchasing the cameras directly. It's just a simple monthly lease. That includes any maintenance, any responses to vandalism, anything that goes into keeping that equipment running. For the ticket processing, we are partnering with municipalities to provide this. So our first pilot program will be with the city of Barrie. That will be starting shortly, where Barrie has a couple of provincial offenses officers that will be essentially paid for by LAS, as they have to be municipally employed. They can't be employed by LAS. So there are a couple of provincial offenses officers in Barrie that are kind of brought over under the LAS umbrella to process the tickets. Barrie will be processing their own tickets to start with. Once everything is running smoothly with that, we'll be adding Innisfil as a participating member. So then Barrie will be processing tickets for themselves and for Innisfil. Our plan over the next year or so is to create a joint municipal service board. This is something that we have experience doing already through One Investment and a few of our other programs, where there will be a legal structure that is municipally owned, that will be created to run this program. We'll have processing centers in different areas throughout the province to give some redundancy, as well as different options for making sure that we're able to handle any tickets that any of our participating members are able to use. So once we go through that violation processing piece, we will either create the court package required by the POA courts and send that off for you, or create the information package for use of the administrative penalties solution, whichever option the municipality chooses to go with. In terms of our program development, this has been a bit of a process to get going, but we're finally close to the finish line. So we've selected our camera supply partner. As I mentioned, that is Conduent. They're also providing the data management software to run everything in the background. Our ticket processing partner to start off with, as I mentioned, is Barrie. We'll be moving on to a joint municipal service board into next year. And the pilot program will be starting in just a couple of weeks, is when the cameras will be going live in Barrie. We expect to be able to open this up to other participating municipalities in early 2024. We have had a lot of interest in this program already, so the onboarding process is something that we'll need to be managing carefully to make sure that as the program grows, our capacity grows along with it. Our partner for this is Conduent. They have experience across the country providing automated speed enforcement and other automated traffic enforcement solutions in other provinces. They have been active across Canada for the last 25 years, and they've been a great partner with helping us to get this program set up. They have a range of different camera options that are available as through the program, depending on what the municipality is looking for, whether they want something fixed or portable, hardwired, solar, battery. So we have a few different options to fit different circumstances for different municipalities. The initial ticket processing center with the city of Barrie will be taking the data from those cameras and using it to create the tickets. So we also have done a lot of work with the MTO to meet their requirements for accessing the personal information. As you can imagine, that process is very strict, as it should be. So there's been a lot of work back and forth with the MTO to ensure that our processes meet their very strict requirements for data security and the protection of private information. So Barrie has 2 officers to start with. They have a fair bit of room for expansion. And one of the important parts of this is making sure that we understand how many tickets each officer is able to process, make sure our process is as smooth as possible so that as the program grows, it will be able to meet the demand. With that, that's the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions from council.
All right, thank you. Counselor Hurst.
Yeah, thanks for this. I think philosophically, I'm quite intrigued with the ability to manage speeds through electronic means and I think it probably at some point has a fit. I guess maybe a couple questions here. Of staff, my understanding is we would not have a provincial violation officer employed. That would not be in the remit of the compliant or the bylaw compliance officer. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So
Yeah,
if we were to, oh, go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, so the provincial offenses officers to verify and process the tickets, that is something that we would manage and that we would supply. There would be some staff time required for reporting, and we would assist with that as much as possible. But we're trying to keep that as minimal as possible.
Maybe just to follow up to that specific component, do those individuals need to be physically located within the township, or is this something that can be done remotely at a central office location where multiple municipalities would be able to utilize the services of these officers?
Yes, that is how our model will work. So for the ticket processing themselves, the provincial offenses officers can be located anywhere. So with our pilot program, Barrie will be processing tickets for Innisfil, and the officers will be located in Barrie.
Thank you. And then in terms of the specific placements, just so I fully understand how this works, you have to provide notice of a particular location. Can you maybe just walk me through the timelines as to what that looks like to meet our, I guess, our regulatory obligations? And then maybe an additional follow-up to that. So obviously within our municipality, we have county roads running through it. We also have municipally managed roads. Can you maybe just explain how that relationship would work between the county and the township in terms of placement of those particular speed enforcement cameras?
Certainly. So in terms of timeline and selection, I think one thing I'll just mention on selection to start with, the cameras can only be placed at school zones and community safety zones. They can't be placed on just any road. The province is also going to want to see why you're placing that camera where you are. So they're going to want to see traffic study data with speed information on it to verify that there is a problem. And they're also going to want reporting to show the before and after, essentially. So for any zone that you're planning to put that in, there will need to be some traffic studies done just to provide that before data that can be used to compare to after. In terms of timelines for signage, there is a 90-day requirement for the warning signs. So those signs need to go up for about 3 months before the cameras themselves go live. And then once the cameras are live, there's a different set of signs that go up to alert drivers before they enter the community safety zone. And then in terms of working with the county, this is something that is essentially up to the township and the county to decide how they would like to proceed. The county can place them on their own roads. There could be an agreement allowing the township to place them on county roads that is within their zone. That decision would be up to negotiation between the township and the county.
Okay, thank you. And maybe just one last question, just in terms of the cost centers, and I completely appreciate that you're in the early stages of delivering this, right? And maybe two pieces, if I understood it right, and I think what I've seen kind of in the media is some of these cameras there's a high degree of vandalism towards some of the cameras. Can you maybe just explain how, maybe my assumption would be is that there's a lease opportunity, if those cameras are damaged, they're ultimately replaced through insurance coverage at some level. Is that how that works?
Yes, vandalism is on us. It's our role to provide a camera. If there's a problem with the camera, whether it's through mechanical failure or vandalism, we take care of getting a new camera in place.
Okay, thanks. And then maybe the last question, and again, I realize that you're in early stages here, but it's just the relative cost center of, so let's say just for an easy example, there's $100 fine. Can you maybe at like a high level breakdown, where that, of that revenue, I guess I'll call it revenue from the fine, how much would be broken down by the various parties involved in the process? So I guess maybe really what I'm getting at is at a municipal level of that $100 fine and percentage, how much would ultimately end up back with the municipality as potentially speeding infraction revenue?
Certainly. So as you mentioned, this is early days. So part of that pilot program is to try and clarify these numbers. In terms of the cost that would need to kind of come out of that ticket revenue, the fee from LAS for ticket processing is going to be between $22 and $25 per ticket. So that covers the provincial offenses officer, the information lookup through the MTO database. There's a fee for that, printing, mailing, everything that is needed to verify that information, create the ticket, and put it in the mail. The other costs that would be associated are to do with the court system or the violation or the adjudication process. That will depend on the agreement that the township has with the court system. So that will be variable a bit for every municipality across the province. Based on some very tentative back of the napkin math, we've calculated that the break-even point is going to be around 70 to 90 tickets per month. So anything below that, it will be a cost to the municipality. Anything above that, there will be some additional revenue for council to decide what to do with.
Thanks. That's good. I'll leave it there for my other councilor colleagues to ask some questions. Thank you. I appreciate this and quite interesting.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilor Goyda?
Yeah, thank you very much for coming. It's a very interesting concept to learn about. I just wanted to ask you, so here in Puslinch, we have a significant amount of cut through traffic that takes place. And that leads to speeding concerns, volume concerns, things like that. But you mentioned it as of right now, the electronic speed enforcement are only permitted in school zones or community safety zones. We really only have opportunity to have one community safety zone. That's not my car. So I guess my question is, it's obviously not appropriate for us to designate our entire township a community safety zone, but the fact of the matter is that's where all the speeding is happening. It's everywhere in the township. So how do we reconcile that? Like how can we advocate for that?
Maybe ask him if the province is considering allowing community safety zones to be designated, the criteria to be changed. So because if it's just that's what I wanted to ask too.
Are you able to comment on that at all?
So the community safety zone should be able to be deployed on any road with a speed limit of 80 kilometers an hour or under. This isn't in Ontario anyway. At this point, it's not something that they're looking at really for highway speed enforcement. It's more for those slower roads. But if there is suitable traffic study information available for a particular road segment of concern, council should be able to designate that as a community safety zone and put a camera on it. If there are roads with speeds over 80 kilometers an hour, those ones are not currently eligible. So the step that the township that I would advise for right now is determine which of those roads are of concern, and see what information you have available at the moment, whether there have been traffic counts with speed data collected on those segments or not. If not, that would be a good thing to start working on now so that you can have the data to back up that decision to designate it as a community safety zone.
So just to build on that a little bit, when you talk about traffic studies to demonstrate that there is actually an issue taking place, is that something as simple as like having the black cat thing installed and just having that data, or is it more, is it a cumbersome report that's needed?
At this point, we're not 100% sure because this is very new for us. I believe the answer to that is yes. They're just going to be looking for traffic counts and the speed breakdown. So what percentage are driving the speed limit, what percentage are speeding, how fast are they going? They're also going to want collision data for that road, which is a little bit trickier to collect. But they want that for the statistics so that they can compare collision rates before and after implementing the cameras.
And again, I know Councilor Hurst touched on this. I know it's early stages, but do you anticipate that this will end up being a revenue positive venture? Like, is this something that the township will be able to recover most of their costs by? Is there a certain amount of cameras that are going to be needed in order to make it worthwhile?
The main number is going to be based on tickets per month. As I mentioned, our back of the napkin math right now is 70 to 90 per month is the break even point. That'll depend a fair bit on how fast people are going, what your court costs are, that type of thing. If you have that speed data available with the traffic counts and the how fast people are going, our program partner Conduent can do some analysis on that to come up with a pretty decent estimate on how many of those would translate into tickets. Because of course, once you put those signs up, people are going to slow down, but not everybody will slow down. They can leverage the experience that they have working across Canada for the last 25 years and their knowledge of what that ticket threshold is, which I don't know. As you can imagine, that's a pretty closely guarded secret. To provide some decent financial information for council to make the decision on whether this is going to be a cost, a revenue opportunity, break even, to make that decision.
Okay, and then just one last question. You mentioned right at the beginning of your presentation that it works well if it's used correctly. Is there any thing as part of this pilot program that will have some kind of quantitative measure? So how do you know if it's successful once the signs go up, the cameras go up? How do we know if it's successful? Is it just strictly based on the amount of tickets? Is there some kind of monitoring that's done? Just wondering how we quantify the success of it.
Yeah, so as part of having the equipment available, it will count and store the speed of every vehicle that drives by. It'll of course only issue tickets to those that exceed the threshold. But all of that data is going to be compiled and collected and put into reports. So you'll be able to see over time how the speed in that particular segment has changed as a result of the camera being put in place. So that's what the province wants to see. That will also, of course, help council with deciding if this is something that you want to keep, if you want to do short-term, long-term, a few different options available. But being able to quantify the success is a very big part of the legislation that surrounds this service.
Okay, that's good to hear. Thank you.
Councilor Spose?
Yes, I was piggybacking on a few questions Councilor Gordon made. You had mentioned the province wants to see before and after data with the cameras. Are you suggesting that the after, the province may say, well, take the camera down, you've reached a success level that we were anticipating? Or will they permit us to keep having those cameras as long as there is speeding, even though there's a reduction?
At this point, there's nothing in the legislation that would suggest or even allow the province to demand a municipality to take down a camera that is meeting the requirements in terms of reporting, signage, community safety zone, anything like that. So it doesn't appear that they're wanting to micromanage it to that level. So as long as the municipality is meeting all of the requirements in the legislation, that camera can stay up indefinitely. It's at the discretion of the municipality.
A couple other questions. In terms of getting the 70 to 90 tickets per month, do you have any data on the volume of traffic you would anticipate per hour to generate that type of thing? Like we have a large variety of roads, some are 2,000 cars per hour and a peak, some are 500, some are 200 type of thing. Is there a rule of thumb measurement that can be used to determine, well, this particular location will generate so many tickets per month, and it will drop down gradually to this level type of thing?
That's not something that I have off the top of my head, but it is something that I know our program partner Conduent does have through their experience across Canada. So they would be able to take whatever information that you have, traffic counts, speed data, and create an estimate of the number of tickets that can be expected to come out of that zone. And as part of our pilot program, we'll be looking to refine those numbers as much as we can. As we add new participants, that'll just give us additional data points to clarify those forecasts.
You mentioned that 70 to 90 tickets per month is sort of the break even. Does that include all the other things that you said we have to do, is like putting notices in the papers, putting signs before the event happens and during the event?
Yes. That is, as I said, very much back of the napkin. It will depend a lot on, of course, the ticket violation date numbers, but also will depend on which camera you select, how long of a term you decide to go with, how often you're moving the camera. There are a lot of different factors that will go into that number, as well as court costs is a significant one.
The last question with respect to designated certain roads, community safety zones. How difficult a process is that? I don't know if you have that available, because we do have some problem roads and we're getting mixed messages on designations.
Certainly. It should be up to the discretion of council to designate any road that they feel concerned as a community safety zone, but the province is going to want to see data to back up that designation. So those traffic counts and that speed data will be key for making sure that where cameras are placed is a data-driven exercise that is solving a verified problem.
Okay, that's all the questions here. Thank you. Very good presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for presenting. I think there's a lot of opportunity here to help our community out. Just clarifying the study data, is that solely on the municipality to provide that, or is there any funding or service provided through LAS to help with the before and after traffic data?
The traffic counts is something that Conduent is able to supply. It's a bit outside the scope of our program. and was outside the scope of the RFP that we issued. So in that case, the procurement requirements may be slightly different. It is something, as I said, they're able to do, but the municipality may want to do that with their own equipment or through another service provider.
So it would be an additional cost if they were
Yes.
to provide. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there extra cost to the municipality for putting up the signage that's required 90 days before and during? Or is
No,
that provided?
That's provided as part of the contract.
Okay. And maybe this is just a comment for council and staff to consider it. I had asked a question about, that was answered, LAS, answered it. It sounded like the county roads department had a delegation by a company called Redflex. So it sounds like it's just another company that provides the camera system. So I think when we're making decisions, we have to make sure we don't have the county using one company with their camera system, us using something different with our system. I'm sure it involves OPP relationships, you know, helping gather some of this data and stuff. So I just want to make sure we're not all working in silo as we consider this. So I don't know whether we can let the county roads department know that we've had this delegation. We maybe like what we've heard and we're considering this option. And I don't know if you've had an opportunity to delegate to the county at this time, or if that's just based on a request basis. How does that work?
So we have had a bit of communication with the county already, but not anything to this point. We haven't spoken to council, just had a few conversations with staff. So they're certainly aware of the LAS program, but they haven't really given us any indication of their plans or intentions. So yeah, my recommendation would be to start a dialogue with them, let them know that this is where you're at and what the township is considering. And just let them know that, of course, we're more than happy to speak to them if they're interested.
Just a question about the processing. So at this point in time, when you start the pilot project, Barry's the processing center. You said you've mentioned Innisfil joining. If let's say we were to sign up, would Barry then be our processing center?
It depends on a lot of different factors right now, so I wouldn't be able to say. We're going to be setting up processing centers similar to that in a lot of different locations across the province. So it would depend on whatever, on what's going to make the most sense. It'd probably be somebody geographically close, but it'll depend on staff capacity and other factors. So at this point, we really don't know yet.
Yeah, I don't think I have any other questions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Today is the first time that I've heard that community safety zones can be expanded beyond whether they have a school, community center, or there might have been a third, maybe a hospital. Either, well, you already spoke to it, so I'd like staff or council to direct staff to reach out to the appropriate contact at the government to find out if that, and I'm not trying to discredit you, because that's huge. If community safety zones can be expanded beyond those tight criteria to just prove, all we need to do is prove the speeding issue. We have black cats in the community that you're familiar with. The OPP has tons of data with them. We can show the speeding concern. So I don't think it's actually a question you, I just think staff should reach out to the appropriate contact at the ministry. OPP has collision data. They have data on everything. So when we're building this case, the upper tier would receive the funds from the tickets. Now, I'm going to say a statement here. I don't want this to be perceived as a cash grab from our constituents. The main goal is to make the roads safer and control speeding. I think along to what Councillor Spoulos was asking about the province wanting data on whether the cameras are working and the speed is coming down. I think that, in my opinion, I feel that's so that they can say, yes, that we leave this option available to municipalities because they are working. I would not want to get into a situation where they work and then we remove them. I don't believe that's where you were going either, Councilor Spillis. So that's the end goal. And if, tickets decline because the cameras are working, I think when we're initially receiving those funds, we have to be careful how we use those funds and budget for them, because if we become reliant on them, it's similar to a gravel royalty, eventually it dries up and then you're gonna have some difficulties, but that's getting way down the road. Goal is to just make people drive slower. So maybe Ms. White Fox is, as the lower tier, how do we receive some of these funds or not? And if we should be making sure that the county is basically running this whole program for all member municipalities, because they're gonna be the ones receiving the monies.
So through Mr. Chair, I would need to get a little more clarification on that, but as I understand it, municipalities that are utilizing the administrative penalties process, the funds are received slightly differently because we are processing and administrating those tickets. But I would want to just confirm a little bit more on how that process works.
Okay. I would like council to consider from this delegation sending a resolution to the county clerk, because too many times we send it to a meeting and then they say it's the wrong one and then it gets delayed. The county clerk requesting that when the county negotiates the enhancement portion of the OPP contract, because it's due in 2025 is my understanding, and they may run for 5 years, that they consider what's the part where the peace officer, what's the terminology for the peace officer validating the ticket? Anyways, that the OPP enhancement contract include electronic speed enforcement review as part of that enhancement contract for all member municipalities within Wellington County. So what I'm trying to do is prevent each member municipality from having to hire their own peace officers. We have the OPP, they can do the review, and then I believe then it could land on our desk under the ASMs. So we in-house do the final, what do ASMs do in this whole process? The peace officer reviews it, or do we review it first, then send it to the peace officer?
Our delegate might be able to answer that a little bit better with that process.
Looking at the wrong person. Sorry to put you on the spot. So how does that work? Does it go to the ASMs, then the peace officer, or vice versa?
Thanks. So in this case, that process would be managed by LAS. So the provincial offenses officer that will be doing the verification won't need to be employed by the municipality. They'll be ultimately employed by the Joint Municipal Service Board that LAS is helping to manage and create. So the ticket processing side of things isn't something that each individual township or municipality will need to worry about. That's what our program was designed to simplify. So in this case, if the ticket processing would be taken care of by LAS, should you choose to go with the administrative penalty option for adjudication, then that would need to be in-house. There's a couple of positions that would need to either be delegated to current staff, a screening officer and a hearing officer, either to current staff or to new staff. But in that case, all revenues for the tickets would come directly to the municipality, and they would completely bypass the county unless you chose the county elected to process those penalties for themselves and any interested lower tiers.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is if the county or even us were to enter into agreement with LAS, they would do everything in-house aside from the ASM or whatever it's called. However, I still have concerns that with the OPP enhancement contract being renewed in 25, being a 5-year term, if there isn't at least some language in there for the OPP to review electronic speed enforcement, because what if they don't? What if we or the county don't decide to go with all-in package from LAS and they want to do some, you know, internally, then they say, well, we can't start the program for 5 years because the enhancement contract isn't due for renewal and it ends up being a huge delay. So maybe I would leave it at, I just want to get it on people's radar ahead of that enhancement. I'll maybe just go around the table. We can have that conversation after we get, should we keep the delegate here for that or?
Maybe afterwards, it's okay too.
So I'll leave that, I'll, you know, park that for now. I think that's all I have. What do you think? Counselor Hurst? Go.
I just have one other question in terms of the speed enforcement. Is there a particular threshold that triggers a ticket? Like, are we talking 20 kilometers over the established speed limit, or is that up for the TBD, or how's that work? Can
11.
you just explain that?
11.
Is it 11?
That's what I got caught at.
Sample size of 1. Sorry,
So-
can you maybe just,
Um,
I just understand, you know, how that's determined.
Yeah, so there is a threshold. I don't know what it is. There are a few people that are part of our program that know what it is, but they are sworn to secrecy. Obviously, we don't want that number to get out. The guidance from the province on this is that they would like that threshold to be consistent throughout the province. So we're working with the MTO as well as the Toronto Joint Processing Center to make that threshold number consistent across all services. If there is a particular situation where a municipality would like it to be different, either higher or lower, we can certainly have that conversation. But in general, they will be set to the same number across the province.
And has, maybe just a follow-up to that, has the city of Barrie identified that number yet, or is that still to be determined?
The city of Barrie knows what it is. They haven't told me what it is though, and I don't think they'll be telling anybody.
Fair enough.
I just told the world.
Let the record show. The mayor has indicated some
11.
sample size data. So, I'm good. Thank you for this. This has been very enlightening.
Thank you.
Counselor Gordon?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you very much.
Counselor Spilsby?
I don't have any questions, with respect to your suggestion. I got, some thoughts when you get around to it.
Yeah, I guess I'd be looking to staff direction on how to proceed with
Yeah.
your,
We'll maybe cut the delegation loose. We'll see which way we want to go. Yes, absolutely.
So through Mr. Chair, I have one question while you're here, and I apologize, it's a little bit outside of the scope of the speed enforcement. But it does relate to the administrative municipal penalty system that, was spoken about, and I believe I heard that LAS was able to assist with sort of that onboarding process to establish, that system. And also assist with some of the costs associated with running it, recovering through the ticket process. So the county, the member municipalities in the county have been talking about that AMP system, for all of our ticketing, so parking and other sort of part 1 type offenses. And so just in terms of looking at how this could be something that could be cost effective for the township, is LAS, or could LAS look at expanding sort of that support to include the processing of tickets other than the speed enforcement tickets through that AMPS program for municipalities? I just know that this has been a conversation with member municipalities for a number of years, wanting to bring that sort of system in and having the county member municipalities as a whole work together in processing that.
Thanks. Through the chair. The one thing to clarify when it comes to these systems that there are 2. So there's AMPS, administrative monetary penalties, and that is for municipal bylaws. And then there is administrative penalties, so you just remove the M, and that is for provincial laws essentially, so Highway Traffic Act violations. They operate very similarly, but they are 2 different programs, 2 pieces of legislation. You can think of APs for things like speed enforcement as AMPS cranked up to 11. So the reporting requirements are extremely strict. It operates in the same way, but it is a much more rigid and strict process because you are dealing with provincial offenses instead of bylaw offenses. So the two systems could work in cooperation, but you would be essentially running two parallel systems. One would handle municipal bylaws, one would handle Provincial Highway Traffic Act violations. So this certainly would be a good thing to work with your neighbors on the county and all of the lower tiers within there to create an efficient system that would work for all. And we would certainly be able to help out with the APs side of that. But we don't have any programs or really expertise at this point that is directly tied to AMPs for municipal bylaws.
Okay, thank you. That helps.
Thanks.
Well, thank you for your presentation. Your resolution, Ms. White Fox?
The council has received the presentation regarding LAS automatic speed enforcement from Tanner Watt, Municipal Program Specialist, for information. The council directs staff to notify the county clerk of the LAS automatic speed enforcement program and forward the presentation for inclusion on the appropriate county committee as determined by the county clerk for consideration. And the council directs staff to confirm the criteria for establishing a community safety zone and report back to council.
The county is well aware of the LAS program. I don't think we need to include it. My understanding, I was trying to get an answer this morning, is, and I thought you would have heard of it, that did the county not put out a request for interest from you guys and from, was it Red Flags? So my understanding is they did a request for interest. They're gonna hear what each company is offering. And then they're gonna go to RFP. So they're well down the road of getting ESE. So I don't feel we need to send this to them. They're gonna question me, why are you sending this? Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. And I tried to Google it while we were waiting, but
So take that whole section out. We're not gonna let them know.
I wouldn't, I
Okay.
don't think it's necessary. But kind of,
Well, I think it's important to realize that we are thinking about something like this.
just the wording was, so they included on their agenda and that's just duplication of work they've already done and.
Yeah, well,
but it's-
I think we're just advising that we have a delegation from LAS and we're considering the use of this or some other form to control speeds in our municipality.
Which is fine. Who are we sending that to the clerk? Like, then they're gonna ask, they might not even know which.
Because we want a coordinated
Exactly,
effort.
exactly,
We want to work
exactly.
together in a coordinated manner. So
Yeah.
if we're considering this, we want them to maybe consider it as well, so that we're all working together. Is my thinking.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I just didn't want to send this presentation. They've seen it and they're working through it, but letting them know that we're interested in.
No, I think Councillor
What is,
Bailey's right on that we don't want to be two silos. We should be working together on this. If it's LAS, great. If it's reflex, well, that's what it is. But certainly, one of the things that's important is to start getting on with designating key roads, safety zones, so that we can get on the bandwagon. Start stopping some of these people.
Council directs staff to notify the county clerk of the LAS automatic speed enforcement presentation to the township and council's interest in the program for inclusion on the appropriate county committee as determined by the county clerk and council's desire to work collaboratively with the county regarding speed enforcement.
just don't want that to be read as we want them to include this presentation because they've had it. And they're working with LAS and Red, but
Did they have it? Do we know they have it?
I know that they've been, I think was it not LAS that came first, or was it from the company out west that came first to the county? You know?
We haven't done a presentation to the county like this. There have been a few emails back and forth, so we know that a few staff are aware of it. But to my knowledge, there hasn't been anything brought to council. There may have been, but we weren't brought into that conversation.
I know this is gonna cause me grief, so whatever. If you wanna include it, then that's fine, but they're working on it.
I don't think it says that in the resolution to include it. It just says that we've received it.
Okay,
And we liked it and they should,
I agree with the work collaboratively and not in silos and all that good stuff, but,
Staff will not attach the presentation to our resolution. We'll just send the resolution.
cause it's coming close. Sorry,
No. The council received the presentation regarding the LAS automatic speed enforcement. The council directs staff to notify the county clerk of the LAS automatic speed enforcement presentation to township council and council's interest in the program. And that this be included on the appropriate county committee as determined by the county clerk. And that this also include council's desire to work collaboratively with the county regarding speed enforcement. And that council directs staff to confirm the criteria for establishing a community safety zone and report back to council.
so when you say that this be included, can you write that this resolution be included? So that they don't call me and say, what do you want included?
Council does.
You know what I mean? Like, they're gonna think it, because it says township received LAS, and then a few words, and then, this be included, and they're gonna wonder.
I've taken out the word included. So the council directs staff to notify the county clerk that we had a presentation. And council's interest in the program. And that's gonna be forwarded to the appropriate county committee as determined by the county clerk. And reiterating council's desire to work collaboratively with the county on regarding speed enforcement.
And I'd like the county to update us on.
well, yeah.
And request the county update us on the procurement of electronic speed enforcement. When appropriate, so they don't say, a meeting's coming in 2 months. I'm sorry, critical.
From our perspective, we don't know that they've even done that yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless we attended the meeting.
Regarding the procurement. Of
Electronic speed
Okay.
enforcement. I know that a company came and presented and it's not appropriate to single source. So then I'm pretty certain out of that meeting, they requested staff put out is it a request for interest? Is that a
it could be,
request for interest?
You RFI, find out who's out there, and then you issue it to the RFP to.
So that's why I'm surprised, but maybe it's just a little too soon. This gentleman hasn't heard of it yet, so then the idea is competing company can say what they can provide, and then the decision is going to be likely made. So an update on where they're at, and hopefully that's what they will send.
They discussed in our.
Okay, good. That's-
I'll do, if you need it read again, I can read it again.
Thank you.
The council received the presentation regarding the LAS automatic speed enforcement. The council directs staff to notify the county clerk of the LAS automatic speed enforcement presentation to the township and council's interest in the program to the appropriate county committee as determined by the county clerk. And council's desire to work collaboratively with the county regarding speed enforcement. And that council directs staff to request an update from the county regarding the procurement of electronic speed enforcement. And the council directs staff to confirm the criteria for establishing a community safety zone and report back to council.
Again. Mover, please, Councilor Hurst, second Councilor Bailey. Last thing I want to state is that the OPP have the black cats and the county have the black cats. I believe we purchased 7 for the OPP. I don't know if, can't remember exactly if we purchased more than the county roads department has them, or if we were just designated 2 of the 7, but either way, the county works department has control per se over a certain amount of the black cats that can be deployed. So if we need to start building data on our roads, that's an option. But what I also wrote, and maybe we should add it to this resolution for staff, it doesn't have to be this budget cycle, but we should investigate the costs of purchasing our own black cats. They were bought quite a few years ago. I believe they were $1,500 each. If we could look at purchasing them and having have them at our disposal, then we could study all of our roads incrementally, week by week, and build our own data to get ahead of this community safety zone designation. Just food for thought.
Well, you may want to get a consultant to do it.
they're more money than
So they're
1,500.
more money, but they have more credibility with the province rather than staff. So that's something we discussed later.
Yeah, because my other worry is that if this community safety zone criteria is going to be loosened or then all the member municipalities are gonna be jumping on board and if consultants like, so we have Black Cats, I don't know. At
At
least
least we gotta be first out of the gate if we want it.
first out of the gate, so.
Should we be directing staff then to start collecting some of the data on?
Well, we don't have
rates they
any to collect it with.
borrow? Well, there's some available in the county, right? Can we request those?
We can request it anytime. The OPP has that data. So
Well, we had the roads management study where every road segment and postman was identified with the traffic counts. You already have a good start on that.
and we need the speeding though too, right? We do have some of that because the neighborhood complaints, we've
Correct.
done. Concession for you. I mean, there's a bunch out there already.
Like, I think staff should decide how to approach it and then select target roads and come back and ask.
I'd just like to know how much they are. I mean, I'm not looking to do any budget increases right now or anything like that, but
Okay, so we
Just-
want that left in, just that we investigate the cost of purchasing township.
I'm just curious to see what they're worth.
We do have, I think, Courtney, if I'm not mistaken, we do have, the OPP coming to present to council later in November, is that right?
Yes, through Mr. Chair, I think it's tentatively scheduled for November 29th.
So let's deal with this and I'll speak to that. Remind me.
And
Is there-
then
there-
also maybe, it would be good before we get too far down the road with procuring, Black Cats.
Yeah.
To understand, to first clarify the community safety zones, like what the criteria actually are, because if
They can't be expanded, then we're. there's no-
exactly, then we're having this conversation for no reason.
But if they're $5,000, maybe we start saving now with the idea of buying them in 3 years or something, I don't know. Okay, so what, everybody good with that? We had a mover and a seconder? Any final comments? Okay, all in favor? Carried. Yes, Tanner, thank you.
Thanks. Andrew.
I guess
for your
kind of related is, Police Service Board is meeting today, dealing with our previous council resolution around, OPP contract enhancement. And, reporting back, so I feel the board has to approve the chair to come meet here, but either way, hopefully we'll see either the inspector or the chair here. But once we see that on our agenda, I think we should bring up what I was speaking about, the enhancements in the ASE. We should just remind me and we should bring that up to the chair, Police Service Board representatives, because I'd hate for that enhancement contract to be renewed. And then if we get electronic speed enforcement, it becomes a barrier to getting it installed in the community. So, and the answer may be, there's no worries, Mr. Chair, but I'd like to hear that from them. So somebody here would just remind me if I forget when we see them. Thank you, Tanner.
Thank you.
My computer locked because I talked too much. That's the items, I believe. Almost got you, sorry. No, we're on, oh yeah. You ready?
I'm ready, yep.
All right, we have a resolution for the consent agenda items.
That the consent agenda items listed for the November 8th, 2023 council meeting be received for information.
Can I get a mover for that, please? Councilor Hurst, second by Councilor Spoulos, and it's removed. Councilor Hurst.
Item 6, 6, 6, 7, and 6, 8, and it was in regards to the illegal land use communications. We've had some discussion on this.
Hold on, just
Yes,
6, 6, 6, 7, 6, 8.
yes.
Okay, I will come back to you.
Okay.
Councilor Hurst, all right. Councilor Goida,
No, I'm good.
Councilor Spoulos,
6, 9, and 6, 10.
9, 6, 10. That's John. All right, Councilor Bailey.
Yep, 6, 11, 6, 12, 6, 13 are all related.
So let's just do all of them up. Yes, 6/12, 6/13, 6/11, 12, 13 I got from Bailey. And, sorry, I should know this, but which minutes included the expansion of the aggregate haul route hours? Was it 18 or 6/12 or 6/13?
I think it's 6.11.
6.11.
25th.
Yes, I'd like to pull those out. I don't know the procedure for that. I'm allowed to do that.
Yeah.
Since mine's 6/11, can I go first? We do them in numerical order.
Your real discretion.
The reason why I'm pulling those out is the, after approving the haul route hours expansion, we had inclement weather. And there was a lot of mud on the road, on Brock, on Victoria. I've been putting a lot of pressure on the operator. And I'm not sure the mediation is where it could be, so I don't know if this is appropriate, Ms. White Fox, but I'd like to council to consider giving direction to staff to monitor the haul route during inclement weather between now and our next council meeting. And come back with a report on whether or not that extension should be continued past the next council meeting due to the impacts of the road. And I don't know if there's a process for that, or if we'd have to, if it'd be a notice of motion, or can we amend it, like what's?
Nope, so we don't need a notice of motion because you have your minutes on the table right now. You will want, through discussion, if a member of council would like to move that, we can pass a resolution and notify the operator that, that's what we're going to be doing, and then, it's not necessarily a reconsideration if council wants to, change their decision on the approval of the haul route, or the extension, sorry.
Another component was not just the mess on the road, but the sidewalk from the roundabout down to the restaurant was filthy. So there's gotta be a consideration of cleaning the sidewalk as well, because it wasn't messy prior to them doing their operation. So anyways, I just want council to have a consideration for having staff monitor it and report back at our next council meeting. Councilor Hurst?
Supported.
Councilor Goyette?
You need a motion on the table for
I'm just working on one now, and then if anyone would like to.
I'll let you finish
Yeah,
typing
yeah.
and you can read it.
I think just one to add, if staff could take some photo evidence, that would be quite helpful. Just to visualize, in addition to, you know, a written copy.
We've also engaged the county because they passed a bylaw of about, I forget the terminology. Transferring material onto the county road. And they reached out to the operator, and it's my understanding the response was, well, we clean the road at the end of the day. Well, the day is 12, 13 hours long. That's a long time with zero maintenance and just clean at the end of the day. So to me, that's not adequate. So where was I going with that? Anyways, the county's engaged as well.
We were going around the table.
Yeah, just waiting for her to type. She might read the resolution. Anyways, we'll go around. Once. Counselor, go to you. Next.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Yeah, I'm good with that.
Counselor
Yeah,
Spook.
I'm good with that, but is the intention to pull the extension if they do not perform?
I believe staff would make a the intention is to have staff make a recommendation of their performance over the next few weeks with any inclement weather, and is that how you're understanding it?
And the intent would be to pull it if they don't, sorry, not satisfied with the cleanup.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Counselor Bailey?
Yeah, I'm supportive. I think we've already had a resident put in writing their concern over the road as well. For any resident complaints, should it be a formal, can it just be through an email process or what is the recommendation?
So through you, Mr. Chair, that's fine. It doesn't need to be through a formal bylaw complaint, but it is important that the township has a record of it versus it coming through council verbally or whichever way.
I get a lot of phone calls. Should tell them to email you.
And do they send it to admin?
Admin or services, whatever is more convenient, it'll all kind of come to the same place. I have a motion.
Sure.
Yeah. The consent agenda item 6.1.1 listed for the November 8th, 2023 council meeting be received. And whereas council has received a number of complaints regarding the Dufferin Hall route for the Aberfoyle Pit 2, as discussed at the October 25th council meeting. And whereas council approved an extension to the operation season at the request of the pit operator at the October 25th meeting, the council directs staff to monitor the hall route and the condition of the road during inclement weather over the next 2 weeks and report back to council in order to determine if the approved extension is appropriate, subject to road maintenance being adequately performed.
Here it is. Moving it.
Sure, I'll move it, yeah.
Second, Councilor Swift.
There's a question, is it October 25th, October 19th, or 18th, rather?
Let me just double check.
Because, the 25th was just the budget and chapter budget sheet.
I had 18 in my notes.
But I think it was.
Okay. Sorry, apologies, I can change that. You're right, it's the 18th.
Thank you. Second.
Yeah, second, absolutely.
All right, conversation. Any concerns?
Just one question, would the operator be notified of this decision? That'd be my assumption, just want to be clear on that.
Can you put sidewalks in there too? Because the sidewalk on Craft Road, not just the road. Sorry, I think when you first stated, I thought you read it, it said that the operator be notified, but maybe.
We would certainly do that, but we can put it in the direction if that's what council would prefer.
I think that's just being really upfront. Here's the obligations, that it shouldn't come as a surprise. I think that's just being upfront and professional.
We then move over, Councilor Guardia, you're comfortable with that? And second,
Yeah.
All right, okay, Councilor Guardia.
I just want to double check, the majority of that haul route is on county roads. I just want to make sure, like, is it okay for us to be doing that monitoring on roads? Really, we only have say on Victoria Road, right? I just want to make sure we're not overstepping, like that we're staying within our own,
Oh, the sidewalks are.
the sidewalk.
Yeah.
For sure,
Sure. The Victoria Road and the sidewalk, that's why I interpreted this.
Yeah, that might be, you're not wrong. And that, you know, we request, and add in there, that we request the county to monitor Brock in 34. I think, hold on, I think that staff could, we represent the whole township and the county roads, staff could report on the condition of the roads, take pictures. What are your thoughts on that?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think that we would focus on likely our roads and our sidewalks, but we could certainly, when complaints are received, for instance, on 34, we could certainly connect that resident with the county, making them aware of what's going on. Again, it was our approval that allowed the extension to occur, so I think we could be notifying the county what's going on.
I guess our decision should be based on our sidewalk and our
Yeah.
on Victoria Road, but that's, yeah. I suppose. All in favor? Carried. All right, where did the sheet go? All right, Councilor Hurst, 6.6, 7, and 8.
Yeah, just very briefly, this came out of a prior meeting and my request would be that based on the illegal land use and.
Sorry, I did this all wrong. We should have received the remainder of the items prior to doing mine,
Well,
or,
we did have a mover and seconder and we said all good.
Oh,
so
did we? Okay, sorry, I was getting too antsy on my.
No, you're
throat
good.
cleaning.
Yeah.
All right. Councilors,
I'll be quick. Illegal land use enforcement, the town of Coburg had initially, identified some opportunities to make that more robust. I think obviously we've had a prior discussion that we're supportive of that. My request would be that I saw for the AMO meetings, the delegation to the minister, my inquiry would be if there's appetite to have township staff, engage with the town of Coburg and any other like-minded municipalities to request a delegation at the upcoming AMO meetings to articulate the potential land use enforcement increases where the opportunity presents itself. I think there's really good merit in this. I just thought the great opportunity, I think, would be worth me, like-minded municipalities taking that opportunity in the coming months to address that. But that's really what I was.
what I heard is he wants staff to go down and speak to them at AMO. Is that what you captured?
That's not what I like to give a joint delegation.
So what did we hear that staff work with these other municipalities that have similar concern? And report back on if we can do a joint AMO delegation. Correct? I don't mind the delegations, we just need the support to go along with it. You know, your report, somebody that's been dealing with it internally for a while to help at those.
I very much viewed it as being led by the town of Coburg, who initially had addressed that. I think it would be an important signal to show support to them. And but my thinking would be this would be a delegation led by them with a number of municipalities in support of their position, saying this is important both to them and us.
So what do you have?
The consent agenda items 6.6, 6.7, 6.8 be received, and whereas council has previously passed a resolution regarding illegal land use enforcement, the council directs staff to connect with the town of Coburg and other municipalities with similar concerns on the possibility of a joint delegation to AMO and report back to council.
A joint delegation led by the town of Coburg. I have no problem going. They have more people, I think, I hope. All right, let's move by Councillor Hurst, seconded by Councillor Bailey.
Yep.
Councillor Hurst, do you want any further comments? Councillor Goyda?
I think that's like an idea.
No, I'm totally supportive.
All right, all in favor? So that covers 666, that's all yours, right, Councillor Hurst? Correct. Councillor Spua, 6.9, 6.10.
Yeah, 6.9, 6.10 relates to the fact that currently there's legislation in place that any major announcements have to be done in printed newspaper. And with Metroland ceasing publication, some of the small municipalities can't do that and have to rely on digital media. And I wouldn't be surprised, we have our stuff published by Welland County Advertiser. I wouldn't be surprised if they go paperless in a short while as well. So I think it's important to get ahead of the wave and ask the legislation be amended to permit digital announcements as well as printed announcements.
Let's move by Councillor Spua, second by Councillor Goyda. Any questions or comments? Thanks, good one. Yeah, just wait the times. All right, all in favor of that? That's carried. Did that capture all yours? Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, pretty good.
All right, Councillor Bailey, 6, 11, 12, 13.
Thank you. This is about, I was trying to track the order of it, but it looked like there was a letter from MPP Catherine Fife. It's regarding supporting a motion called Till Death Do Us Part. The Township of East Hawkesbury had a resolution that I'd like to support. It's a bigger issue, not just a Puss Lynch issue, but I know specifically of a local family who this impacted for years. Her parents were separated for 2 years after being, one of them being admitted to a long-term care facility. So I think this is just really important kind of globally to support bringing this resolution forward. So I guess I would just like to support East Hawkesbury's resolution.
It's moved, second by Councillor Hurst. Comments, Councillor Hurst?
No,
I think it's important, yeah.
I agree it's important. I wonder if we should also advise the county because they're the ones responsible for the long-term care facility.
Notify the clerks and notify the property.
Yeah, I like that suggestion.
Do we have to put in a little addendum that the wife wants the husband around or?
No comment.
Get him away from me. Okay,
Sorry, and just a second.
Councillor Hurst. All right, any other? All in favor? That's carried. I believe that takes care of our consent agenda items. Oh, thank you very much. What have I done? All right, deletion done, reports. I guess we're on to. Are we breaking for?
12:30, 15 or 12?
Might be able to do it 12, but currently it's going to be 12.
I need a 5-minute break. Then we'll get into some of these reports until 12:30. Recording. Welcome back, everyone. All right, our next item is 9.3.1. We have ADM 2023-059. That's Ms. Brotherston.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the purpose of this report is to seek council's direction with respect to issuing a request for proposal for managed IT services and to seek council's direction with respect to capital and operating costs of the township's IT infrastructure and services for consideration in the proposed 2024 budget.
All right. Yes, council. Councilor Hurst.
yeah, no questions. I think maybe 2 comments here. I think I'm happy to see the sinking of capital expenditures after you go through this process, so that it's basically the capital expenditures are based on the recommendation of the IT audit. I think my only other observation would be is just I've gone through lots of these at the business level, and I would say it's a pretty healthy budget. I don't think those are bad things to have, but I think you're probably at the high end of the price spectrum of some of this stuff. Yeah, it's always good to come in under budgets. So that would be my 2 observations, but I'm supportive.
Okay, Councilor, go ahead.
I'm sorry to ask this on the fly here, but I'm just a little bit foggy as to. And so Schedule A, there's a chart of all of the sort of line items and their costs. And I just, for the year 2024, are all of these items intended to come out of the modernization grant money, or are some of these meant to be operating levy expenses?
Who wants to?
So through Mr. Chair, I think we have our Director of Finance on the line.
Yeah, so we do have the modernization grant funding. There are some items that are gonna be year-over-year expenditures, like the Microsoft 365 licenses, the backups and whatnot. We do have some current amounts for backups because we do currently have backups and it's in our operating budget. So when we do bring forward the operating budget, we'll look to see how much of the funding we should use from the modernization grant funding versus tax levy in order to not have a significant impact right off the bat in 2024.
Okay, but but if need be, all of these items are, eligible to be funded by the modernization grant for 2024.
Yes, but we would have to look at the balance in that grant and just make sure that it's reasonable or that it's not in a deficit balance. And I believe that the balance is pretty healthy right now. So we'll look at all of that when we report back to council through the operating budget process.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Council Spose?
Yeah, no, just, let staff clarify that it's not gonna be a 73.5K hit in the operating budget. It's gonna be the delta between what we pay to OnServe now and, the 73, which is roughly 47K or, roughly 1% increase.
Councilor Bailey?
Yeah, no, my only question was, when you're reviewing all of this, what is best practice, for review? Is it yearly that, the technology, infrastructure will be reviewed?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we did hear some recommendations during our audit that a 2-year sort of review is appropriate, but I think staff would maybe want to work with whoever is the successful vendor through the RFP to determine what that frequency should be.
Okay. Yeah, thanks.
Great. Do we have a mover and seconder for that?
Not yet, I can read the
Sure.
motion. That report ADM 2023-059 entitled Review of IT Infrastructure and Services be received. Whereas the township last issued a request for proposal for managed IT services in 2014, and whereas it's best practice to audit these services on a more frequent basis, that council directs staff to issue a request for proposal for managed IT services and that staff report back to council if required in accordance with the township's procurement policy. And that council directs staff to include the recommendations attached to Schedule A to this report for consideration as part of the proposed 2024 budget to be funded by the Ontario Municipal Modernization Funding or the Corporate Information Technology Discretionary Reserve.
Thank you. Sorry, mover? Councilor Hurst, seconder? Councilor, go ahead.
Sure.
Awesome. Last chance. Any questions, comments? All in favor? It's carried. All right, next is 9.3.2, Ms. Whitebox.
So through you, Mr. Chair, this is a joint effort with our clerk's department and our municipal clerk, Justine. So if there's any questions related to this, we are happy to answer them. This is a routine report that's brought to council just in relation to the proposed 2024 council committee and budget meeting schedule. If there's any questions, we're happy to answer.
No question.
The only thing is, usually the committee of adjustment and the land development committee is on December the 10th. And sometimes we try to meet the last meeting of the land division committee in the month. So sometimes we did have pushed that earlier by a week so that we can meet it. So I think you just have a look at that date to see if that jives with what the objectives would be to get our reports to the county land division committee.
So through you, Mr. Chair, there is some flexibility in our committee terms of reference to be able to adjust those dates. So we'll do that throughout the year as required.
Good, thank you.
All right, and move for that, please. Councilor Spose, Councilor Goyda, all in favor?
Can I make?
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Back up. Sorry, Councilor Bailey.
I just wanted to ask staff to look at the September and the October months. I just noticed that we have 2 council meetings directly following long weekends. And I have talked with staff in the past about how that works for staff. I know the counselor, it's really hard to come off of a long weekend and jump into a meeting just because then we have less time for staff to respond to any of our questions. I understand if you make one shift, it's going to impact the whole calendar year. But I'm just wondering if there's any comment on the September or the October months. And then I also just wanted some feedback from staff. I know a lot of other municipalities break for the whole summer. I didn't know whether we still needed to be having the 2 meetings in July and August.
Ms. Whitebox.
So through Mr. Chair, just in respect to the September and October meetings, and I believe that September 4th and October 16th, those were the 2 dates in question. So there is a 2-week break between the 4th and the 25th in September, if council did want to adjust the meeting in September to the 11th. The only hesitation there is in August, we meet on the 14th, so there will be about a four-week gap between meetings that will result in a pretty heavy meeting on the September 11th, just for consideration. On October 16th, that could be moved up, but again, you're looking at, sort of not quite back-to-back meetings with the September 25th, but you could move that to the 9th.
Can I offer some suggestions? So I think the primary concern around the council meeting after a long weekend is that, not the primary concern, but one of the concerns is that we get the agenda on, say, the Friday, Thursday, Wednesday. But the council members are spending their long weekend reviewing a agenda. So is it possible, whether we have to review our procedural bylaw or something, that if there's a council meeting post long weekend, that submissions for that agenda is earlier? So what I'm trying to do is say the agenda comes out sooner for our review, which would then, but then it would cut off delegation requests, these types of, well, even then we could handle late notice, but things to be included on the agenda would be adjusted sooner, so that for that long weekend, we maybe you could get it out the previous Friday or something. I don't know. Is that a possibility to look at?
So through Mr. Chair, I think staff's preference would be to just move the date. I think that the public is used to the notice provisions in the procedural bylaw, and changing those notice provisions based on holidays, I think is challenging. So, if a member of the public is typically seeing it on a Wednesday and now it's coming out on a different day of the week, I think that that's not ideal. So I think it would be better to just change the date of the meeting altogether, and now's the time to do it, or we can bring this back to another meeting.
So we're kind of discussing a few things. We're discussing whether we need a July and August. I think abandoning both in the summer could be problematic. But if you abandon the 14th of August and move the 4th, that's 6 or 8 weeks or something without a meeting. That's a long.
So through you, Mr. Chair, if we were to move the August 14th meeting to the 28th, for instance, and then move the September meeting to the 11th, you would have not as big of a break between those two meetings. And so then this first September meeting wouldn't be as heavy. And then that would also give you sort of that break in the summer, but still having a meeting in both July and August.
I'm just looking at.
How does that work with staff summer holidays?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff just adjust their holidays based on our business needs, so that's okay.
Okay, so what are we discussing? So are you gonna come back with some, let's go around the table, what you guys are hearing and what your thoughts are, Councillor Hurst.
I'm good. I'm flexible, I think, and as long as the dates are lined up, I'm just trying to go.
Councillor Goyda.
Yeah, I'm pretty flexible too, I guess, like from my own personal perspective. Because I work during the week, my time to review agenda packages is usually on the weekend. And so on a long weekend, if I am doing my preparation work, I don't want to be sending questions to staff on a long weekend, but I also don't want to just be sending questions like on Tuesday before, like on Wednesday before the meeting, and then like racing to get all the information done. So for me, I would be in favor of potentially moving the dates, not for any other reason than to sort of be able to have the time to ask questions, investigate things, and get responses without putting everybody under the gun to do so. But if staff don't, are open to doing that, then I'm okay with them staying as they are. I would leave it up to the discretion of staff.
I'm okay leaving it the way it is, as long as staff are fine with the 1 day turnaround for answers.
And Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I guess for me, part of it is the staff response time, and the other component is just, the long weekend is time with family. And so then I'm really, I'm either not spending time with my family to do the agenda, or I'm not doing the agenda you know, to the best of my ability. So that was part of my reasoning for if we can just bump it and it doesn't impact anything, then that would satisfy that. So if it's an issue, like, you know, if it's gonna cause a big domino effect, then that's not good.
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff suggestion would be to move the August 14th meeting to the 28th. That doesn't seem to impact any conferences. There's a little bit more of a break between the July meeting and the August meeting, but hopefully the summer won't be as heavy as the rest of the year. And then that would allow us to move the September 4th to September 11th. And move the 16th of October to the 9th. And I think we're still seeing a good frequency of meetings with those shifts.
That's a big break. That's 6 weeks.
Everybody else is shut down.
Okay.
County's down,
Committees are down.
committees are down, we're kind of, I mean, and if staff know in advance, then, you know, then they can, you know, you're gonna load up, you know, the one previous, or just be aware the one coming back, it's gonna be a long day.
We can always call a special meeting if need be, is that correct?
I mean, I was okay with the schedule, but I agree, the long weekend ones are problematic for, you know, getting responses out. They come out Tuesday and I can lead to further questions, and it's a tight crunch. I think it's a good, change, for lack of better terms, move the August meeting, so I'm okay with it, as long as staff. Are you gonna report back, or
I'm gonna just make a mention of it right now.
anybody opposed to the amendments that Ms. Whitebox suggested? Councilor Hurst? Go ahead, Mr. Wood.
No, I'm a bit worried about that big break in the summer, but as long as if we can schedule a special meeting, if need be, then I'm okay with it.
I'm easy.
Okay. We have a mover for that?
We do, but we can, did you want me to read it, the revisions that we've made, or are you guys okay? Okay.
I was okay, but since you mentioned it.
That report ABM 2023-060 entitled Proposed 2024 Council Committee and Budget Meeting Schedule be received. Council adopts the 2024 schedule attached to Schedule A to the report as amended as follows. Move the August 14th meeting to August 28th, moving the September 4th meeting to September 11th, and moving the October 16th meeting to October 9th.
Okay, well, it's moved by Councilor Bailey, who was the second?
It was Council Gordon.
Councilor Goodwin. Okay. All in favor? That's carried. Nine point three, I'm sorry, pass.
Nope, good.
9.3.3. This Brotherston again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The purpose of this report is to seek council's approval of a bylaw to repeal and replace the parking enforcement bylaw 053-2020 with bylaw 2023-046 to support the enforcement of parking violations in the winter season between November 1st and March 31st.
Excellent. Yeah, move for that, please. Councilor Hurst, thank you. Councilor Schoolis, questions? Councilor Hurst.
Yeah, nothing specific. I think this, unless I'm understanding it wrong, it's very much just an administrative process to provide powers to particular staff to manage winter park. Unless I'm understanding it wrong.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's
Yeah.
correct.
Good.
Authorities. Councilor, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, just a question of staff. Do we have to do this every time bringing on new staff and, working the process again, or can this something like this be delegated to staff?
So through Mr. Chair, this is being brought forward for two reasons. One, because the parking bylaw number changed. So it was 5,000-05, now it's 6,000-23. So that's part of it. We have to make sure that they're able to enforce the right bylaw number. And the other reason is turnover of staff. So there wouldn't be any, the only other way to do it is some municipalities will have their appointment bylaws by position versus by name, in which case they're not necessarily bringing those forward with staff turnover.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
so I think that would save a lot of time if we do that.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, we can certainly prepare that going forward. Again, this is also because of the bylaw.
Yeah,
change.
no, I appreciate
So how about
that.
you just add that if we have a staffing change, that staff update the. What's this, next recommendation to be by position, so right now we're gonna appoint the person that's there, they leave, goes back one more time. Just do it as by position,
Whatever works for both, keep going back and forth.
this one has to stay here for,
Mhm.
you can capture that, or,
No, we can take that away.
that's good.
I guess just looking for feedback, is the two working plus the bylaw officer?
So through you, Mr. Chair, it's based on the shift work that happens over the winter season, so that is sort of where we're at with those two people. Yeah.
I have no more saying,
We have Councilor Hurst and Councilor Schoolwood.
any further questions? All in favor? I think that's carried. We're just moving along. There was, so it's gonna take more than 20 minutes, isn't it? What do you guys think of going to 10.3? I think we could do that in 20 minutes. And then break.
10.2 as well, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, let's do 10.2. You're comfortable with that? It's the delegation request for Roma.
Oh,
All right, discussion, I guess. Who wants to go first, Councilor Hurst? What are your thoughts on Roma?
One way here.
Here, I'll go first.
Go for it.
We have a new minister of MTO. And might be a good opportunity for Councilor Hurst to provide his input onto the amount of soybeans that travel through our community and the need for, along with the mayor, sorry, Councilor Hurst, along with the mayor, go down and delegate to the MTO on the importance of the bypass and bring that correspondence that we had sent to the previous minister of MTO. Would you be available for that, Councilor Hurst, or no?
Yeah, maybe two comments to that. I think absolutely. I think, even just like from a day job standpoint, we certainly included dialogue on behalf of the agribusiness sector as part of the pre-budget consultations and problems. So I think it's always good that we can, as a sector, but also my role here as a councillor, keep hammering that home to the Minister of Transport. Interestingly, I would say in the provincial fall economic statement, there's very little dialogue in any funding commitments to that. But the next window for us would be the spring budget. So I think if we can sink something between maybe now and Christmas, that would be a good opportunity. I'm very supportive.
So, still though, a delegation to MTO. Yeah, it's January, February, huh? January, there's, yeah, roads is February. I always think so. Okay.
Would it be also opportune to ask the other players with respect to Morrison bypass, such as City of Guelph, such as Hamilton type of thing, all that stuff gets struck down to Hamilton, to the ports? Would it be sort of get them involved as well?
Ask them to request delegations to,
Or they come with us type of thing?
I like that.
It sometimes becomes cumbersome if you get too many people.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to you to pick, if there's any partners that make sense.
I think the value would be is if we can provide a dialogue on behalf of all the stakeholders present or impacted. I think it's really important. Even if it's a few people speaking to it, you're speaking on behalf of the collective. It's really important. I agree.
we did refresh that coalition letter. Staff can reach out to the major players and ask, do you need their permission to you know, or a notification letter saying we're going to request a delegation to express that you as members of this document still support it. I don't know. Could we do that? Then we could do as you're saying, when we get there, say, we spoke to Port Authority, the Hamilton. Here it is. That's assuming they accept the delegation.
You can also ask for, write a letter to these, to our coalition, asking them to, so this is what we plan to do, do you ask?
Yeah,
Put it in writing, yeah.
Yeah, send it out and say this is what we're planning on doing. and
Yeah, you
representing
gotta write
the
it
meeting.
back, and then you have all the paperwork going to the delegation, so here's a paper.
Any other suggestions? Should probably do MOF. MOF for the same reasons Councillor Hurst just mentioned. Funding commitment to the bypass, along with, aggregate assessment. And so that would be where this, you know, and I'm gonna do MOF through TABMO. And I think TABMO should talk to MOF about ensuring that MPAC does assessments based on data versus, you know, other means. But, and then the importance of it being accurate. There's a little more weight behind TABMO, so. But MOF, for us, it wouldn't hurt to ask for delegations, and the basis being commitment to funding for the Morrison bypass. The other thing I wanted to, it's just dawned on me, the meeting we had with MTO, they mentioned that the funding's in place to move the 500 kilovolt wires that go over the 401, because they have to go up to allow for the underpass. I wonder who we would advocate for them to do an RFP for that project, or how do we advance that project? Because everything they're doing right now, the mid block, they're tying it to the Morrison bypass, but to me, I don't necessarily buy into that. But the raising of the wires is directly associated with the bypass. That's something we could point to members of our community as a commitment to the bypass if they start that project, because they do have the funding, so.
Typically, MTOs does this, they should have it in their budget to raise the towers. It's a project cost.
So maybe to try and. So, along with our previous verbiage, but focus on the hydro wires project.
To the MOF,
No, through MTO.
to the
So hopefully they give us the delegation. So even if we word it, damn, sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Try not to take away from the importance of what Councillor Hurst can bring. But I'm wondering if,
Well, say something like including advanced utility works, which would include the raising of the 500 kV lines over the
or anyways, yeah, as long as we can capture both, hopefully they take the delegation.
Yeah, I think there's I think that prior knowledge of advanced utility work and what that, like the echo or the ramifications of that, I think is a pretty important piece.
Are we meeting with MTO today?
tomorrow.
What time tomorrow? 4. You already told me that earlier. Irons in the fire. So we can bring it up there as well. Okay, so we're gonna do the MTO delegation around the Highway 6 bypass. Councillor Hurst's knowledge on the importance of how much, the soybeans or just, I guess, all things.
Ag, coming and going.
Yeah.
Right?
So
It's
it's
big
important,
business.
important corridor, then we also put some pressure or.
Well, the advanced utility works is important because, for instance, the bridge over the concession 7 bridge over the 401 was done just simply because of that as well. So that was advanced utility work. So there's all kinds of utility work you gotta do before you start doing,
Yeah.
major construction.
What do you have, Counselor, Ms. White Fox?
The council directs staff to submit the following requests for delegation at the Roma conference. Delegation to the MTO regarding the importance of the bypass and include the previous correspondence circulated to affected municipalities in the MTO relating to deferred highway projects and including information around advanced utility work such as raising hydro lines. And request that the affected municipalities to consider a joint delegation. And that staff requests that the stakeholders on the previous coalition letter of support be notified requesting support of the delegation through a renewed coalition letter. That's all around the MTO delegation. And then I have a delegation to the MOF regarding the funding commitment to the Highway 6 bypass and the other deferred highway projects.
What other deferred highway projects?
Just as noted in our previous correspondence, I think there was 5 or 6 that were deferred that we noted.
Like the Hamlin Expressway was deferred as well.
Okay, that's fine. But some of them are outside of our
Yes,
area.
some of them
right?
are outside, but
So
I think part of the joint delegation would be that we're kind of talking about all of them.
Okay,
I just had a question, seeing Mary's name up there, flagged me, but I'm just wondering if from, Mary's perspective, if there's any sort of, reduction in funding that she's noted over the last few years of concern or something that maybe, Mary, you've noticed that we can delegate about funding?
Oh, sorry, go
Mary,
ahead,
Can I pause you briefly?
of course.
I like where you're going, but I think most of that impact would be MMAH because they changed the DCs and all that. So
Okay.
let's stay with MOF real quick and then we'll come back to that.
Okay, yeah.
So MOF and what we're talking about. Good?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so then MMAH, we're seeing it in our earlier budget meetings, the impacts of growth studies being removed from DCs. I would say Ms. Whitefox, would Ms. Hassan be able to put together something for us to go to MOF with the impacts of those changes? Because let's be honest, the government is backpedaling on a bunch of their, let's say, changes around the green belt and other impacts. And
Potential.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should highlight that to MMAH.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I believe we had a resolution asking for some sort of tracking of whatever the cost implications were relating to some of the legislative changes. So to our Director of Finance, I believe we're already looking into some of that.
Ms. Hassan?
Yes, I do recall that resolution, and that is something that we're going to be looking into in 2024, especially with the update to our DC bylaw, just getting some of the expertise from our DC consultant as well, because it's not just the implications of studies, but it's also like the implications of phasing in the DC over a 5-year period and updating the plan so it's based on 10 years of historical service levels. And so our DC consultant would be able to provide more analysis on that. And I would recommend we incorporate all that as part of our 2024 DC background study update.
Wait till Amo then. Fair enough.
Well, I think, Mr. Mayor, if you're gonna wait till Amo, we should give a target date when you want that information done.
Good idea.
Give her.
Yeah.
What's the Amo? Is it August?
Middle of
August, so I think, our staff should be cognizant that we would want that information available for the AMO meeting in August.
It needs to be available for when delegation requests
Exactly.
open, or,
Yeah, that's
which
correct.
is,
Believe it's June, but we'll double check on the dates and we'll work with finance to make sure we're all on the same timeline.
we'll have to add a meeting in August to make sure we're.
Good.
Okay, so anything else? Recommendations, Councilor Gordon?
I had just a couple of things written down. One was, in relation to the presentation we heard today and a resolution that we had in the past about the electronic speed enforcement only permitted in community safety zones, which I imagine is probably a challenge for most rural municipalities. I wasn't sure if that was something, I mean, that's MTO as well, so I don't know if you want to just focus your attention.
I think we just need to wait. I don't know how quickly council can get back, staff can get back to us on, you're gonna look into whether they have expanded that, because if they have, then I think we're
Yeah.
in good shape. But I agree with you, we're very fortunate that we have a school and a road within the close proximity that it qualified for that community safety zone that the county instituted, what was it, last year? If we didn't have that school there.
I really strongly feel that we need to like use every tool available to us that
How about?
I really think speeding is a concern for many people in the community.
How about, who's in charge of the OPP? The Attorney General? Who's in charge of the ministry that's in charge of the Attorney General? Should be delegating to whatever ministry has the responsibility of the OPP under it. And expressing our concerns with the amount of speeding in our communities that, and we have reports. I'm trying to be delicate here, but.
Yeah.
And with the population growth going up, how is the OPP going to be managing it going forward? Because they're gonna need more officers, more speeding. So is the province planning for this? They have an asset management plan that they follow for hiring new personnel. I don't know any of those answers, but I think if we could determine who is in charge of the OPP and we bring those concerns, and if we can have some data that shows some of our roads that have shown that they're above the 85th percentile, bam, so we have at least half a dozen roads where speeding is a concern. I don't know, thoughts?
So through Mr. Chair, so we'll take away looking at what criteria it is to establish that. We also potentially have our delegation on the 29th too with the OPP or the Police Services Board rep. It may be something as part of that conversation. Just to our clerk, I'm not sure the cutoff for Roma delegations, if we have time.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the cutoff date is November 20th.
Well, we can ask for the delegation. So somebody Google it. Who does the OPP fall under? We delegate to that minister, and we highlight the speeding concerns in our community that have been ongoing and, so this is Solicitor General. Now, my worry is, do we pay for every single officer in Wellington County, or you know what I mean? Like, I know we pay for enhancements.
I
But
think we need to be careful because I think like in the county doesn't have, like, we don't have our own police service, so we contract the OPP to do it. But that's like a specific contract. I think in terms of what the ministry like controls, that's probably OPP enforcement on provincial roads, not necessarily specific contract in municipal. Like I just think we need to be a bit careful that we're not overstepping, like delegating on something that's not really their mandate to. I don't know, like I would want to know that
We can
information.
pause it. Why don't we wait till we see
Yeah.
I mean, there's other opportunities other than Roma. I mean,
Yeah.
there's emo in August, so if we have the delegation in November, we missed the deadline, that's something we can deal with for the emo.
Yeah.
So we'll just bring it down.
Sorry, and then the other thing I just wanted to bring up is, Mayor Sealy, you had some correspondence about hydro delivery, like rural delivery. costs.
Yes, the
And I
time of
would-
use, they were changing Is that the one you're talking about where they're gonna go to an ultra low rate?
No, I thought it was more to do with, delivery rates are more usually in rural areas than they are in like a municipal, sorry, in a,
Yeah,
like in an urban setting.
so you have
And
high density,
your argument was that it shouldn't, it should
even
just be
Steven.
even. So I wasn't sure if you felt that was something that you could put a presentation together and delegate on, because I think that's important.
I think it's important as well. I don't generally do well with putting presentations together. I do well in delivering them. I just haven't had a lot of any traction. People have not picked up on it. And so you're right, we have high density, we have medium, and then you have low, and low is, your cottage country. And my bill, I looked the other day on medium. And to be high, I think it's 1,000 homes in a square kilometer or something, or it's something quite high. Hence the name, I guess. And to me, like the power for us comes, I remember there was a car accident, it was on fire department here, hit a pole south of Morrison and it blacked out a third of the township. So the power kind of came up from Hamilton, likely goes through to Guelph, so it's going by anyway. So I don't see the justification of that it costs them more to deliver power to us. I think that cost of delivery should just be shared across everybody equally. Now, I don't know if a delegation would be appropriate right now, because there was supposed to be some changes coming. Maybe we could ask staff to write a letter to who looks after
Ontario Energy Board,
the OMB for clarification on distribution rates.
not the Ontario Energy Board.
Find out if there's going to be we'll just ask for clarification if there's going to be a change in the distribution rates for high, medium, low customers. Does that make sense? At least I'd like to know where they're at, because there was gonna be a change and then I think they paused it. I don't know where we're at. And then, is it Ministry of Energy? What's Hydro One
Or is it infrastructure?
infrastructure?
I don't know.
No, the rates are set by the Ontario Energy Board, so I don't know who the energy report reports to, but I think it's independent.
They take direction probably from,
Well, no, the Ontario Hydro, all the Hydro has to, and Consumers Gas has to get approval from them to set the rates.
but who sets the policy of high, medium, and
Or it would be a recommendation coming from the OEB. Probably the utility going to the EB and the OEB would agree or not.
so the utility would have to kickstart it?
The utility have to kickstart. Sometimes we see on the council agenda, 400-page thing from Consumers Gas or whatever, Enbridge Gas saying they want to increase the rates for this and this and this and this. So it's part of the consultation process. They gotta go through that process.
So it'd be generation, that'd be Hydro One generation.
That would be, it would be Hydro One generation. That would be asking for, whatever the delivery charges or whatever they set themselves up as.
We need to find out who the right people are to.
Anyway, it sounds like it's probably not applicable for delegations, but
I just think we need to get a little more background
Yeah,
information, but don't forget about it, and likely won't happen for Roma, but maybe AMO, because it might be a bigger.
It's listed under here, but in this motion, but I don't have it listed as a delegation. It's more of just an action item for staff to just to inquire with the appropriate agency whether there's a proposed change to the distribution costs relating to the delivery charges for hydro. Is that?
And to find out who has the authority to change the residence classification for distribution. So who can say you're medium, high, low, or abolish it completely? If that falls on the OEB, or does it fall on the producer has to kickstart, then we can start going in the direction we need to go in. Right?
yeah, knowing who to advocate to, I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah.
Is important to know.
Because they're doing the ultra low rate, and I believe that came from the problem, anyways. Figure it out. Clear as mud?
Yep.
Okay, you wanna read what you have?
The council received, the Roma 2024 delegation meeting, request for information, and that council direct staff to submit the following request for delegation at the Roma conference, delegation to the MTO regarding the importance of the bypass, and include the previous correspondence circulated to affected municipalities in the MTO related to deferred highway projects, including an inquiry around advanced utility work such as raising hydro lines, and request that if the affected municipalities would consider a joint delegation. And that staff requests that the stakeholders on the previous coalition letter for support would support the request for a renewed coalition letter to be supported as part of the delegation request. Second delegation is to MOF regarding the funding commitment for the Highway 6 bypass. And further, that council directs staff to contact the appropriate agency inquiring whether there is a proposed change to the distribution costs relating to the delivery charges for hydro, and that council direct staff to inquire what agency has the authority to change the household classification for the distribution charges.
We add, and that staff prepare the presentations to be submitted to the delegations, please, and I'm not joking.
I think that's a given,
It's a
Mr.
good
Chair.
job.
You're not doing
Yeah, I'm not doing it. We want these to look professional, not chicken scratch.
And I don't want to take away from the MTO delegation, so maybe this is just a suggestion for us to consider down the road. But a lot of the conversation at Safe Communities, when we're talking about speeding concerns, this is kind of piggybacking on Councillor Guida's suggestion. But it often comes down to needing like a public safety campaign, some sort of, you know, message going out to drivers. But ultimately, we can put in, you know, OPP enforcement, we can put in speed stuff, but the driver needs to change their behavior.
100%.
So we need to be tapping into, I don't know, public education or getting announcements out. Here in Quistland, we don't have a local radio station. We don't have a local television station. So you almost need a, you know, it would be great to have a provincial campaign about slowing down. It would be great to have, so we almost need these bigger, we need a ministry driven, you know, safety campaign or something. And maybe they're doing it, but it would be nice to be pushing for that or asking for that.
I think that'd be great to bring up when we have,
Yeah.
when they come and they can do, it doesn't have to be provincial, it can be Wellington County specific. They have a whole,
Yeah,
we have an enhancement contract that's, I mentioned it earlier, is gonna be up for renewal. We could ask that a component of that enhancement contract be an education piece. They have, as at the Swinville show, and the officer that's on TV all the time was there, and he was doing a piece on helmets. And so anyways, I think
the issue though too is it's people coming outside of Wellington County. Through Wellington County. So we want to be reaching the people from Milton, the people from Hamilton, the people like outside that are coming through the municipality. So it's just if it's just a Wellington County public announcement.
Are you
roads-
comfortable, leaving it till the
Yep.
delegation comes, because we can
Yep.
work that channel?
Or just thinking about that for next year. I'll plan that.
All right.
I think we need a mover and seconder.
Okay, mover, Councillor Goyda, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Hurst. Any last comments? All in favor? Carried. All right, I believe it's break time. Hey, welcome back, everyone, from our break. I have a declaration of pecuniary interest, for item number 14.1. It's a confidential item, and the general nature of that pecuniary interest as a previous employee. So I'll provide that to the clerk. And then Ms. White Fox, you have a resolution to take us into close, please.
The council should go into closed session under section 239 of the Municipal Act for the purpose of a confidential report prepared by the township solicitor regarding advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and that's related to a human resource matter. And a confidential report regarding personal matters of an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and that is relating to Heritage Advisory Committee appointments.
All right, can I get a mover for that, please? Hold on. Can I even vote on going into closed on 14.1? Yeah, okay. Can you move for that, please? Counselor Bailey, so by Counselor Spoulis, all in favor? Passed. You're into closed.
And to be clear, Mr. Mayor, you will step back in for the committee appointments and I'll make note of that in the
Yep.
meeting.
Okay, thank you. Recording. All right, welcome back. Ms. White Fox, you have some resolutions coming out of closed. You would have two separate resolutions. One I will not participate in.
Yeah. The council moves into open session at 1:36 p.m.
All right, can you move for that, please? Counselor Hurst, second by Counselor Spoulis, all in favor? Carried. Next one.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, this is the first one where you've declared a conflict.
Counselor Hurst?
Our alternate chair. If you want to call the, or call the mover and seconder, and the resolution is that council received a confidential report prepared by the township solicitor regarding advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and it's relating to a human resource matter.
And I have Counselor Goida, seconder, Counselor Spoulis, all in favor? Carried.
Thank you, Counselor Hurst. Next resolution, please.
The council receives the confidential report regarding personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and this is related to the Heritage Advisory Committee appointments. And the council gives 3 readings to bylaw number 2023-048, being a bylaw to appoint Tamsin Lambert and Cheryl McLean to the Heritage Advisory Committee for the remainder of the 2022 to 2026 term. And that council directs staff to amend the Heritage Advisory Committee terms of reference to allow for a committee membership in the range of 5 to 7 members, including the council member.
So can I move it, please? Counselor Goida, second by Counselor Spoulis. All in favor? That's carried. I believe we are on to 9.3.4. And that's service level review. Get that up on the computer. Right place. All right, Ms. White Fox.
Thank you. So you, Mr. Chair, this is the report regarding the outstanding items related to the service level review that was conducted as part of our budget process earlier in the fall. So the report itself outlines a number of items that still need some council direction. Depending on, Mr. Chair, you'd like to work through it, we can work through it just as they're ordered, 1 through whatever, if you'd like. All right, so the first item is the infrastructure gap analysis. So the amount that's noted there was paid through the modernization grant for the gap analysis, and then we saw today's report from staff, so we feel that item's kind of been satisfied. Item 2 is the site alteration bylaw enforcement support. So council directed staff to look into what our neighboring municipalities do in terms of the 24/7 service delivery. So as noted in the report, we did reach out to some of our urban centers, our neighbors, Guelph, Cambridge, and Milton. So as noted, there might be some future opportunities there. Right now, the city of Guelph has offered what they're providing to Wellington North. It doesn't necessarily meet the needs for the township in terms of that on-call sort of response. So staff did just make a recommendation or suggestion that we could look into further through a shared service arrangement with a member municipality as we've done in the past, where this would be our employee that we could share the resources with.
Is there any opportunity to designate other members as a bylaw officer? So beyond like the public works guys, because we have, especially in the winter, we have on-call guys and gals. So yeah, is there any way to designate or give some at least partial authorities so that if they get a call, they can at least shut down a operation until the regular bylaw officer come in if he's unavailable for an after hours call?
So through you, Mr. Chair. Legally, I think it would be problematic just because of the training that's involved. When we appoint a bylaw officer, part of, what they're appointed to be able to do is attend private property. So it's something that without the proper training, providing that appointment to a staff member that doesn't have that, it could be problematic both from a liability perspective, but also in legal proceedings.
So, you know, the opinion of staff are still gonna look at other municipalities that may have an option to service after hours calls. So right now, we're not really committed to hiring a second bylaw officer.
Yeah, right. So through Mr. Chair, I think we're going to continue to look at what some of our neighbors can offer, seeing if that changes in the coming year. As well, you know, if we do reach out to some of our member municipalities that are inclined to have this, if there is a shared service agreement that makes sense financially, we can certainly bring that back to council. Now, with that said, our bylaw officer does respond after hours. It's overtime, it's that sort of an arrangement, and he does the best that he can. So we still have some flexibility there.
When he responds, this is getting down outside of council's purview, but is it just strictly overtime pay, or does he have options to bank that for time in lieu? Like, I'm just trying to be more attractive so that it's not such an impact to his personal life that, you know, if he's getting called out on Saturdays, it's only straight money. Well, maybe the individual doesn't want just straight money. Maybe he enjoys this couple days off, and so we can give them other time off or something. Is there flexibility there?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. We have a policy that speaks to that, so
Okay,
sure.
okay. So Councillor Hurst?
I don't have any questions for that. My two questions were answered in the sense of what's our current situation, making sure that we do have a viable off-hour coverage, which based on what I'm hearing, that is the case. It's dealt with as overtime or time in lieu. And I'd encourage staff the recommendation to look at additional opportunities in the future. I think these type of requests are going to get more frequent, so let's come up with a good long-term solution. I'm happy with this.
Sorry, Brenda?
Yeah, I support looking at other shared opportunities. I was wondering though, if there's any opportunity, and maybe I'm getting a little bit ahead. But the next item that we're gonna talk about is this new technical building position, which if I understand it correctly, part of that job description is to take away some of the workload off of our current enrollment officer. And so I was wondering if there's opportunity of having that new, if we're gonna go forward with a new job, essentially, could part of that job be enforcement?
So through Mr. Chair, I think that could be something potentially down the road, but again, the way this position is going to be recruited and hired will be with technical building skills and education, not bylaw. If we put out a job description that had both, we likely wouldn't get a candidate that had both. So with the priority being in the building department right now, it would be a technical building role. I do agree 100%. The aim here is to take some workload off our bylaw enforcement officer so that they can focus on enforcement. So I think we're going to see some better service levels related to enforcement through this position regardless.
The only reason I'm bringing that up now is because once you've recruited somebody, you've recruited them. So I guess what I was getting at is, as part of that recruitment process, is it valuable to have that in mind long-term so that you're recruiting upfront for someone who has the availability to work evenings and weekends and things like that? Should that role develop into such a thing?
So
I'm sorry, I'm throwing that.
No,
at
that's
you kind
okay.
of
So
unannounced.
Mr. Chair, I think it's worthwhile to keep in mind, and if staff could take that offline and speak with our CBO just on, and our HR, just as we sort of develop what this position looks like and seeing what's possible, I think that keeping that in mind, we could certainly do.
Councillor Schools?
No, I agree with what councilors Hurst and Good have said. I'm supportive of looking at alternatives and looking at the higher person to be hired for the technical billing service position to see if they have the skills or willing to take on the skills for some time in the future.
Mr. Bailey?
Yeah, I had made sort of a similar note that perhaps the new technical billing position might help with site alteration monitoring, but again, when looking for recruitment, maybe if I could just suggest that that they're aware there might be potential increased training for some different role that they may play. Because I had questioned again whether we could appoint public works staff, provide training, and then have them, work in the site alteration kind of realm. But then my thinking also went to, we don't even have the bylaw in place yet, so let's get the bylaw in place, let's see what the needs are, and then we can kind of make some decisions.
Cognizant of placing additional duties on any existing staff, particularly public works. Just simply that we, for instance, in winter maintenance, in the winter time or a different peak season, like you don't have that resource available. So I just want to be really cognizant, the training around training someone to be capable to look after bylaw is extensive. And I just don't think that that's something that we can place on staff that have their own full-time duties.
Okay, so that one's good, but then it leads into the new billing technical person, which we kind of touched on, but we'll go around again. Councilor Hurst, or did you want to get, you've already spoken to it essentially,
The
right?
cost apportionment, Mr. Chair, is in the resolution, so there is a tax levy impact as well as an impact to the building reserve, and it's allocated 75-25 split as
Yeah.
noted.
Okay, Councilor Hurst,
No questions.
Councilor Goya? Councilor Spose?
I'm good.
Councilor Bailey?
I'm good.
Okay,
The next one is recreation programming and liaison person. And so the direction here from council was to refer the initiative to our committee. So both our youth and recreation committee. What we've done here is we have referred, or prior to referring this matter to the advisory committees, we are looking just for some direction related to the operating matters at the PCC. So that was the occupancy limits, staffing levels, et cetera. So that's a part of this report. And that's just primarily sort of prior to increasing the use of our facilities, just trying to figure out where we're at with those occupancy limits. And then we can engage with our youth committee and rec committee on that sort of social engagement and those communication tools. And again, just as a note, staff do continue to improve our collaboration with our community groups. A great example this year was the Agricultural Society with the fall fair, and just seeing sort of without a liaison person, just having township staff work with our community groups on these sort of community events, and it went very well.
okay, so do we need to make any direction on item number
It'll
5?
come, number 5.
Right there, increased committee, anything you need there?
This is just letting you know that you guys have approved this. You've seen the
Yeah.
PORs, and we just wanted to update you again on the financial impact, which you'll see through the per diems. The facility program promotion, again, just an update that we're preparing to launch the promotion through our calendar and our community groups page in January 2024.
Okay.
7, I think we've dealt with, unless there's any questions on that $10,000 grant funding contribution.
Just a quick question. How much do we have in the reserve without this?
To you, Mr. Chair, I believe this is a brand new reserve, so we wouldn't have anything.
All right, thank you.
The next item is the Heritage Grant Funding, Heritage CIP. So this one we are just looking for some direction from council. Staff do recommend option 2, which is the Ontario Heritage Act grant program. The reason for that is the flexibility that comes with tailoring this grant program. We can reduce it, increase it as we need to. If we get a lot of uptake or not enough, we have the flexibility to make those changes versus through a CIP. There's limited flexibility.
Any, do you want to get an answer from staff right now? So staff's recommendation is option 2. Any concerns around that? Sirs?
No, I think that's where my head was at. I think that's the larger piece from my perspective is. I think this is a good signal in terms of supporting heritage properties within the municipality. Some of this was discussed at a very high level at our heritage committee meeting some time ago in terms of like a desire to at least explore this type of stuff. So yeah, I'm supportive. I think my only piece would be I don't want to forget option 1 and 3 in the future. They may have viable place at some point in time, but I'm certainly very much of the mind that number 2 is by far the most preferred.
Okay. Councilor, go ahead.
I agree with option number 2. I did have a question though. We have approximately, give or take, $10,000 in that reserve right now, but I mean, I guess it is the intention that we offer these grants until that $10,000 is gone, or that we continue to contribute year over year to that reserve to fund this, or like, I guess I just want to understand the more long-term picture.
So through you, Mr. Chair, depending on how the grant program or loan program would work and the amounts that council would be looking to sort of give out, you likely want to be contributing year over year. As properties are added to the heritage, as designated status to the heritage registry, and also as, you know, they sort of bring forward their projects, that could be happening year over year. So we want to make sure that that funding is available.
Councilor Spillis?
The other question I got is, should we run this past the Heritage Committee, see if they have an opinion? I suspect the chair has his opinion. I don't know if the other members would have a valuable look at it as well.
Great suggestion.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, there's lots of time. The plan from staff is that this program would be initiated for 2025, once our designation process program is kind of finished. So there's lots of time to get some feedback from here and the community, whatever council prefers.
So not making a decision until we hear from the committee. And then
Yeah.
Resolution.
Just ask a question then. Is the idea to keep this reserve topped at 10, sort of topped at 10,000? So if we use some of it, then it just gets topped up to 10 each year. Is that the understanding of stuff?
So through you, Mr. Chair, it's really up to council. One piece of feedback that we did hear, just through our investigation, is that property owners in other municipalities that have this grant program did not see benefit in small grant amounts. So there wasn't an uptake when the grant amount was under $1,000 for their projects. It just wasn't meaningful to go through the process. So just for council's thought process as we work through this, you know, staff's idea was a minimum $5,000 grant for these types of projects. So that would leave us at a maximum of 2 per year if we're looking at 10,000.
Mm-hmm. Any of the documentation I read through, it was about a $5,000 kind of grant amount for projects.
My only comment would be that if we do a levy increase to fund the reserve, that money be dedicated to that reserve in perpetuity, not be absorbed into just the general capital tax levy, or whether it's operating levy, whichever one it works out to be. So every year you're not adding 5,000 to the levy to make that contribution to the reserve, so. Or 10,000, whatever the number would be.
So I'm trying to understand your logic, Mr. We've provided 10,000 as part of the levy increase to fund this already. So you're saying we should keep that 10,000 in for perpetuity. So every year we can contribute 10,000 to it.
So next year another 10 will go in, but it won't be a levy increase.
Exactly. Okay. No, I'm fine with that.
And if it ends up building up too much, we can always rob Peter back. We could rob Peter to pay Paul. Kind of we did with the gravel road reserve or something. Yeah,
Okay, I'm good with that. $10 is, flat line.
especially with all the properties coming online, maybe we'll see a big uptick, who knows?
It shows support, so that we care about these buildings.
And the question of staff, is there an opportunity that the county might provide us some funding as well for this? I know they give us CIP funding. Will this be sort of captured under that as well?
So through you, Mr. Chair, not the grant, not under the Ontario Heritage Act program, it wouldn't be. But our Director of Finance has been working on our CIP working group, and I know there is a component there with Heritage, and our director might be able to speak more to that.
Yeah, so I do believe that the County of Wellington, they just recently passed their new financial incentives. And I believe one does have a heritage component to it, but I am just looking at my files to see more what it relates to. So I'll get back to council as you guys move forward through this report to let you know what that is.
Could we find out or ask if there's any way, and I don't know what the ministry is that does the Heritage Act, but if they would match any grant availability? You know, is there?
The trust is what but through Mr. Chair, I don't believe that's something that is available. But we can certainly look into this, particularly as we work towards 2025 and getting enrolled in the
Yeah,
program.
letting them know we're providing this grant, it would be great if they could match it or provide funds towards it. It doesn't hurt us.
Right, over 9.
Number 9, so there's no real, we're not seeking direction specifically, I don't believe from council under this, it's more for information. Just letting council know that there was funds set aside for 2028 that related to the Morriston streetscaping and traffic calming, and that was deferred because of the bypass. So we wanted to make council aware that sort of forming part of the conversation that we're having around the request for the beautification of Aberfoyle and Morriston. We're also working directly with the county. You can see that they actually did a site visit on October 18th. They did not give us a lot of feedback based on that site visit. But we're going to be meeting with them later this month to discuss next steps on this project.
Just a note, speaking of crosswalks in Aberfoyle, I'd like to see back some costing on a crosswalk from the sidewalk on the east side by the mill property. Because if you're on the east side of the road, the sidewalk just ends at the old snowmobile shop, and then the sidewalk starts on the other side of the road. You don't have any means to get across. So if we're looking at it, I'd really like to see costing on putting a crosswalk in there and how we have to do that through the county and things like that, but just connect the two appropriately, you know? Oh.
So the next one is the speed enforcement, and I feel we've had a good discussion today about this, and this is just some information about our upcoming delegation from the Police Services Board. That's coming up on November 29th, tentatively scheduled. Number 11 was the gravel extraction study, so that funding has been carried forward into 2024. And we did connect with the county, their treasurer, and some information has been provided on next steps of who to work with to start that study. They're willing to provide any information that they've already collected with the work they've been doing.
Let's suppose that's a question.
The aerial photography of session 2 and the recommendations, it says that be funded, levy funded. Whereas the answer to the question was that a portion of these funds be used to pay for that. So which I would prefer that a portion of these funds be used to pay for that rather than levy funding
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Chair, upon further consideration, staff did look to this project and the funding. And we feel that that 2,400 can be funded through the 25K that's already funded.
Thank you.
Then number 12 is the seniors committee. So just a little bit of information on next steps on that process. First step being to gauge the community in early 2024 to see if there's an interest, and then staff would report back on any implications coming from whatever recommendation we receive after we gauge the community.
So discussing evening meetings for the Heritage Committee. And the implications to staff staying late now, we're considering another meeting. Maybe seniors, hopefully they're retired, maybe they can do daytime. For sure. But,
Early in the morning. too.
yeah,
6 a.m. meeting.
he's got half a day in before I even roll out of bed. Anyways, I just want that part of the consideration is that if we're maybe querying the public, say, would you be able to make daytime meetings to be part of this committee? Because we're running out of days a week that we can have staff stay late. Or else change their schedule to maybe noon until 10 p.m. Does that work?
We can, I think again, for you, Mr. Chair, just finding out if there's a need and an interest in the community would be a good first step.
Anything from members of council?
I was questioning whether this would be kind of an arm's length committee or whether it would be a township run committee. So maybe while you're, asking the public, I don't know, they would understand the difference in the two types of committees, but maybe it's worth saying, do you want it to be, a formal township committee, and then you might be able to report back and say, you know what, they just want to be able to do their own thing. And then we wouldn't need the staff resources, we wouldn't need to pay the per diems, and, it wouldn't be such a formal. Like running the Safe Communities Committee. From my perspective, it gives a little bit of flexibility. I can kind of change the date, change the time, change the terms of reference can be a little bit more flexible than it is, as a township run committee. I don't know. I can kind of see it being an arm's length. Anyway,
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I think there's pros and cons to both. Probably the biggest con would be getting them set up and organized and that sort of thing, finding the meeting space, all of that. Sometimes there is, with the arm's length committees too, there isn't that sort of direct connection to council either, which can be tough if we're looking for referrals to the committee, just organizing them and understanding when they meet and getting that feedback. Right, I remember, right, yeah.
So through the rec committee, the engagement subcommittee there, we're working on a engagement project to engage with the community, seniors in the community, to determine if and what programming they'd like to see in the township if we were to go ahead. The feedback from that engagement might also help inform what that seniors committee might look like and entail. Because if the seniors in the community are looking mostly for, let's say, recreational programming, then maybe the seniors committee becomes incorporated somehow into the recreation committee or some other, it depends, I guess, what they need and want. That would help inform what that committee would look like.
Any views from a senior's point, Councillor Spillis?
I'm not a senior.
All right. There's Mud?
Yes.
All right, next.
Next, number 13 is the Township Economic Development Program. So we previously reported to council on this. It's been well received by the community. Both of the programs, the Pilsen profile features and the community guide. And this is just to update council that the guide, because of all of the sort of enthusiasm around it, has doubled in size. And we're now looking at about 48 pages. But the cost itself did not double, which is great. We're looking at about 12,700 for the guide, and then the cost of Pilsen profile features has stayed the same. And again, we'll be applying for grant funding from the county for the entire project for 2024.
Questions, comments? kind of related, but it's through economic development and grants from the county. We had a economic development grant for 2022 that was to be spent on the enhanced CIP program, and I was questioned at the county. We hadn't spent that grant money yet, and I wonder if Ms. Hassan could provide an update as to that monies and where it's going and when and all that good stuff.
Yeah, so there's been some recent direction from council just looking at the CIP and expanding it to all of the township, and so that would require the formal amendment process. The amount that was budgeted in the previous year to be funded by the County of Wellington's grant funding was to align the county's new financial incentive programs, which were just recently approved by county council. We wanted to align that with the township CIP to just ensure consistency. Center Wellington is also, I believe, in the process of finalizing their CIP as well. So we're just working on the procurement process for this now that the county's programming has been approved by county council. And then we'll also incorporate the analysis of where the CIP should be, like the boundary area for the CIP. I know one of the options that council's requested that we report back on is having it township wide. So we'll incorporate that in this CIP amendment as well.
All right, and so we're not in any risk of losing that 2022 funding, even though this process sounds like there's a bit of work yet to be done.
Yeah, I advised the county that we were waiting on this, on their final grant funding financial incentive programs in order to make sure we can incorporate it in ours.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Number 14.
Okay, so this one, I feel like, Mr. Chair, we've already discussed. It's the aerial survey work relating to the aggregate operations. We did get a number of quotes. And we'll be utilizing the funding from the gravel extraction study to do the mapping, the aerial mapping.
Okay, any questions or comments from council?
Okay, fire marquee agreement and bylaw, that's coming forward November 29th for council's consideration. We did receive that presentation from fire marquee earlier.
Anything from council?
Maybe just one, I think is, if I recall, part of the conversation involved reaching out to some other municipalities within Wellington County for feedback as per their experience with fire marquee. I'm not sure if that's been done yet or not, but I would be curious prior to that decision making how that experience has been, positive, negative, or indifferent.
So through Mr. Chair, we've reached out to some. Fire marquee has given us some feedback from others. We happen to have our own fire chief from Center Wellington who utilizes it in Center Wellington, and he's given nothing but positive feedback on this program. So, but we'll include that in the report on the 29th for council's consideration.
Here's the big one.
Yes, the number 16 is the facility usage analysis. So this was previously presented to council with a request to reduce our part-time hours at the facility and to hire a full-time third facility operator. In addition to that, council or staff have proposed to council to reduce our capacity limits at the facility to be more in line with capacities that are more manageable for staff and that the facility itself can accommodate. And so this is the additional analysis that staff have performed just based on the residents, non-residents, and community group rentals, the number of attendees, and the breakdown of those rental categories based on occupancy. So with this, staff still continue to recommend the addition of a third operator. And both Mary and Mike and myself are available to help answer any questions.
Okay. Councilor Hurst?
Yeah, I think the piece that I was trying to wrap my head around was adding the additional staff and then also reducing the number of attendees, and just trying to reconcile that in my mind and saying, well, if we're gonna cut out, say, 45% of the potential rentals and then also adding staff, I think that's what I was having a hard time getting to that hurdle, unless I'm thinking of this the wrong way. And I guess that's maybe my question back to staff.
So through Mr. Chair, it's hard to anticipate. However, staff don't anticipate that if you were to reduce the capacity, it would leave the building vacant for that 40%. We do not anticipate that the building would be vacant. We do believe that because of the demand that we have during our prime time rentals, we would receive rental requests at the reduced capacity limit. So it's not necessarily that we are, and again, because it's charged at a flat fee, there's no additional cost to the renter for 300 guests versus 150. They're paying the same amount. So again, it's hard to anticipate what that demand would be, but we don't anticipate the building being vacant.
Okay, that's good clarity. I guess maybe my other piece would be is very much in, I guess this is just where I am philosophically is kind of like pilot it for a period of time, see how that experience has been. So I'm curious, this potentially additional staff person, is there potential to start that individual on a contractual basis as opposed to jumping in deep, or is that not a viable option? And my thinking along this is, okay, we make this change, see how it goes for 6 months or however long staff determines is the right amount of time to best understand it, and then finalize this as because there are some unknowns here as to what it may look like. Just that's my second question on this.
So through Mr. Chair, I think that many municipalities have contract positions. Recruitment is more challenging in that case. And recruitment has been especially challenging lately in general. So it's not to say that that's not an option that we could certainly pursue that, but just to so that council's fully informed of the recruitment environment right now.
Okay, I think those were my main kind of themes of concern. I guess I was just to one degree I was sensitive of kind of coming and going at the same time, and then all of a sudden, adding staff, in a world where we need to manage our expenditures, and I know that they're going up, but it's also needed to temper that to some degrees. I'll leave it at that.
Councilor, go ahead.
Yeah, I think to Councilor Hurst's point, like I can understand where you're coming from. We're looking to reduce capacity and increasing staff presence. And I do maybe struggle with that a little bit, but I think maybe in my head, I justify it a little bit more as we're reducing the capacity partially because of the strain on perhaps, other things, but also because it's just the infrastructure of the building itself that is being strained, the septic system, everything about it. So I think it's kind of like a speed limit. We can reduce the speed limit in the township, but without enforcement of it, it means nothing. So to me, it kind of goes hand in hand. If we're gonna reduce the capacity, if there's nobody there present during these events to kind of enforce that maximum capacity, then we're really not doing ourselves any good. So I do kind of see them going hand in hand. But to the point about sort of a pilot program, I think, for us to decide what that capacity is going to be, I mean, if I had to just pick, I would say 150 based on the analysis that's done, but maybe that's not the right number. And so I would just say, I think it would be valuable to pick that number, whatever it is, and have this increased staff presence. But then let's reevaluate come 2025, see how it's going, see how much it's costing us. Maybe at that point, in order to make it viable to continue to have this employee presence, we have to increase our rental rates. But I think we need to just see how it goes before we can set it in stone what that capacity is going to be and what the staffing is going to look like. That's just my 2 cents on it.
Councilor Spillis?
Yeah, 2 things. First of all, the capacity limits, I think it should be to the out of towners. I don't think we should do it to our people. Like we have fish fries, that sort of thing, where we have people over 200 people show up type of thing. I think we should just limit the capacities to out of towners. With respect to the staffing, I don't think we got enough information. I'll tell you where I'm coming from. Staff are asking for an increase of roughly $25,000 to the budget. And that's roughly a third of 75K, which translates into 500 man hours of labor. And I would assume that's all to go toward the being in attendance during these functions. So I don't know how many man hours or labor hours you need to provide this entire complement. Is it 200? Is it 1,000? I don't know. And I think we need to have the information before we jump the gun and say, okay, let's bring another person on board. And a third of his time is going to be dedicated to this when we don't know how many hours this person's going to be actually on the site administering the facility.
So through Mr. Chair, we can certainly do an analysis, a breakdown of hours that the facility is being used and go through rental contracts and find out the capacity limits that were noted to discover that. If we were to hire a third facility operator, they would be on a shift schedule. So we would be looking at full-time coverage 24/7 at the facilities. So they would be there whether it was rented or not rented. They may be deployed to doing winter maintenance. They might be deployed to be doing other sort of maintenance in the buildings or facilities. But the idea is to sort of do shift work with our staff to ensure that we have proper coverage, proper maintenance, cleaning of the parks, bathrooms, sort of having them in a shift work schedule.
Okay, I still think we need the numbers because I really, you know, we're fiduciary responsible to our taxpayers for any staff level increases. And right now, I don't have the numbers here to justify bringing another person on board where a third of his time is going to be, or her time is going to be watching over facility when it's in use.
You can take that back.
So through you, Mr. Chair, if council would like us to defer and bring back more, we can certainly do that. We can, we anticipate it will take about a day of a staff person's time to go through rental contracts, and we can do that for an upcoming meeting.
I have some comments. I'm just gonna wait till Councilor Bailey, go ahead.
Thank you. In my understanding with this third person is that they were gonna be taking over what the part-time staff are already doing and then being able to provide support over at the PCC when it was rented. Is that correct?
So through Mr. Chair, there would be additional duties to this person related to winter maintenance and sharing them with, so sidewalk cleaning over at the PCC, maintenance around the parking lots and clearing those. So there would be additional duties that the students are not responsible for.
So it's taking over that.
Sorry, just winter maintenance within the PCC grounds, or would they be doing the sidewalks in Aberfoyle, Morriston, Arkle in a winter event?
So our director of public works might be better to speak to where he would weigh the staff, but it certainly would be at the complex.
Mr. Fowler?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the intent is ideally to keep the facility staff on the PCC grounds for winter maintenance, but occasions in the past have also dictated that facility operators are required to go out into the sidewalk machine to do the entire township over during certain circumstances, to ensure also that public works employees are in the trucks on their routes also. So it's a bit of a borrow from Peter to pay Paul type of thing. So that would be the intention with the new operator as well.
So if there's a rental at the PCC from 6 till 2 a.m., would that staff person be dedicated to the PCC during that time frame, and then they could go do other duties after 2 a.m.?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that would be the initial intent, unless there was another, say, rental or some kind of activity going on at the ORC, where then that individual would shuttle back and forth between both facilities.
Okay. Just piggybacking on Counselor Hurst's idea of a pilot. To me, I support having the third staff person on while we make changes to the capacity level, but I think maybe the pilot part would be in what our numbers are. So, you know, saying, okay, we'll have our new staff person in and we're gonna cut it down to capacity of 100. And then after a certain amount of monitoring, if things are going well, then we're able to increase the capacity to 150. I think that's kind of where the pilot, you know, the flexibility maybe could be. My understanding from reading the report was that we weren't limiting the capacity limits for our community groups. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. And then what we've heard is also a request to not make it subject to our residents either.
Or to the residents? Okay. No other question.
So pilot project is that we approve a fee schedule or, you know, so we reduce the capacity and then we review it at budget time, similar to the concern I raised with the fee for the ice rental. We've set it at X and at the end of the year, we're going to see whether or not revenues are up, down, or stayed the same. So I would, you know, I wouldn't call it a pilot. I would just say, you know, we need to make a decision. I'm supportive of going to 150 people because of it's a banquet hall and that's not what its intent was. That's what it's turned into. And we're getting a lot of people from out of town having large weddings. And it's hard on the structure. So I think I'm comfortable with reducing the capacity. I think it's good that we have staff come back and try to just show some more numbers to justify the position. Part of that, I would like to see what the rental rate would have to go to cover more of that cost of that third person from these because I still think that our rental rate is quite reasonable. I haven't had to rent a hall in a long time, but I don't know if staff have an opinion on that. If I forget where we're at, are we at $800 or $900 or where are we at now? I forget.
I believe through this user fees and charges process, we did increase our Post Lunch Community Center Hall Prime non-resident rental. We increased it from $711 in 2023 to $818 in 2024. This was based on the median that we calculated from our comparator municipalities based on the benchmarking analysis that we did. So we've already increased it by a little bit more than $100. So I think we're in good shape in that sense. And we did it based on what our boundary and comparator municipalities charge based on the benchmarking analysis that we did.
Right, Council, so that's all fine, then you compare it to the neighbors, but if we're going to be incurring costs and extra staff, then that cost should be placed on the people that are causing that burden. So I would like council to have a discussion about asking staff to come up with a number, for lack of a better term, cost recovery from non-resident renters to cover at least more of a portion of the cost of a third facility operator and what that would look like. Because when $811 is still pretty cheap to rent a hall for a wedding or whatever it may be. Does that make sense? So, Councilor Hurst?
I like that idea. Even just like the $100 bump, the cost of the staff person to be there for 5 or 6 hours, like that's not even close to covering it. So I like the idea personally of large number of rentals out of town. Bump it up. Be my take, and I like the idea of staff coming back with a bit more of a costing breakdown, what that FTE looks like and where the expenditures would lie. So I'm supportive.
Councilor Goyda?
No, I would agree that our residents should not be subsidizing through tax levy the out of town rentals. So I think it is important to see that. And I think that those out of town rentals should be based on a more cost recovery than a comparable to the other municipality rate for sure. So I would support.
Yeah, I would support the 150 cap. I would agree to try to get back as much money as possible. And again, that boils down to how many hours of rental do you anticipate? And you can divide that, do the math quite quickly. If you know that you got 1,000 hours, you got a staff person there, 1,000 hours, $25 a pop, that's $25,000. So
Yeah.
it all translates into knowing how much usage you anticipate of the facility before you make a decision.
Mr. Bailey?
Just 2 points. One is there a way we can put a number on what the cost savings would be with less usage? Is there a way staff can kind of,
Add current capacity, reduce capacity, or
yeah,
Zero.
so now. So taking what the costs have been, whether it's the, extra septic pumping, the extra, supplies that have been purchased, whatever the costs have been on this excessive usage. What would the savings be by reducing the capacity? Can we put a number to that and then factor that into this third personnel? Because there's gonna be a bit of a savings there, understanding that stuff.
So through Mr. Chair, I think if we were monitoring that going forward, we could certainly do that. I think it's difficult to do that retro, like going back and trying to look to see how many extra. Like how many extra hours do employees have to spend, for instance, cleaning up? How many extra, that's a difficult thing. We could certainly look at how many times the septic was pumped and sort of provide that, but it's hard to also say, is that a result of these large scale events, or is it a result of something else that's happening in that complex and the washrooms are open to the public that are there? So going forward, we can certainly monitor, but I think it's difficult to go back into.
Okay, and then I guess I would look to stuff, I would just be picking a number, 150, 100 capacity. I can't tell what the difference is going to be, except for the little bit of, maybe lost revenue on it. But then what I'm hearing from staff is that by reducing the capacity, it's not gonna sit vacant, so we're going to have those rentals and it's the same revenue regardless of the number of people, right? So, why would I choose 100 over 150? So I guess I'm just looking for a bit of staff advice on that.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think too, it's difficult to determine the demand. So if we were to say now our hall can only accommodate this many people, I think it's challenging for staff to anticipate. Are we going to get many more requests that maybe we didn't get? Were we turning people away? We're not sure. On a separate note, but also connected to this, we've also deferred a lot of the advertisement for facilities that we had planned through the recreation committee. We put that on pause because of these discussions. So I also think wherever we land with the facility usage, we are planning some promotion of the facilities, and this can sort of wrap into that. And because we haven't done that yet, I think again, we don't know what that demand could look like.
So would it be recommended that we start at capping at 100, and then if things are not renting much, we give staff the ability to up it to 150?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think the way council has indicated the 150 for non-residents, the 250 for residents, again, we're not seeing a lot of resident rentals here. And then we would continue to monitor over the course of a year and be able to report back.
And just to add to that, just based on the analysis completed, I believe 70% of the rentals are less than 150. And so that kind of mitigates the risk for the demand as well. So I think the 150 might be a good amount to start off with, just to see how that impacts demand.
Well, on the same school of thought, then if 70% are under the 150 and we're seeing the damage and wear and tear to our facility, then by reducing it only to 150, we're still gonna have 70% of the damage or wear. So we might not be accomplishing what we're trying to do by only going to 150. Does that make sense what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm in agreement with reducing the capacity. At first I thought 150 was good. And then I started to think, well, 100-person wedding is still a big wedding. Right? So then I thought, wow, maybe it should be 100. I'm gonna go around the table and just see what each member's thoughts are on the capacity and where staff should at least start looking at reducing it. Councillor Hurst?
Yeah, initially I was thinking 150, and I could probably get argued down to 100. I think as long as there's provisions for special circumstances to bump that number. I.e., the Optimist Club and others that have community events there. I think as long as there's a provision to do that, I'm supportive. So I think initially 150, but I think you could go down to 100 on a basis where you trial that and then reevaluate it after a year or 6 months or whatever it happens to be.
Okay, Councillor Gordon?
I think that regardless of what the number is, there's still, without that staff supervision there, it could be a rental of 50 people and they could trash the place. If there's nobody there supervising, I don't, like, again, it just comes back to me, the two kind of go hand in hand. Like, we need someone there to be enforcing whatever it is we decide, and also just being there to monitor what's going on, what's taking place during the rentals. So, I mean, I still feel that 150 is, I mean, it's a big place. I feel like 150 people should be able to have an event in that space, as long as there's somebody there watching.
Yeah, I favor the 150 simply because it represents 75%. And I really don't want to throw any more burden on the taxpayer type of thing. As it stands, we don't get the rentals, our taxpayer is going to be picking up $15,000. And I really don't want to go to another 9.3 on top of that. So that's 25,000. So I'd like to limit that. And I agree with the pilot project. Let's start the pilot project 150. We can always scale it back. And if we have staff are saying in June type of thing, help, we're getting the place trash type of thing. Or the systems are being overloaded, well, fine, we'll cut back for July and August.
So really?
Yeah, I think we need to have the staff person to be monitoring. We could change it to 100, but if there's no one there to actually know that there's 100 people there, 200 could show up. And I think that's the issue now is no one's there to monitor it. They're making the rentals. They're saying there's 100 people coming and then 200 are showing up. So we need that staff person there to be, holding the renter accountable to how many people there are, whether it's 100 or 150. And my original plan was let's start at 100. If we're going to actually make changes, let's just start fresh, staff person, bring it down to 100 and then monitor and see. And if there's opportunity to bring it up. However, I hear what Councillor Sepoulos is saying, and I don't think residents should be, flipping the bill for out of town rentals. So if we can be upping that rental rate, I think that would help there.
So the two councillors that are speaking in favor of the additional employee, does that mean you're supportive of adding the employee, or where are you landing right now? Like, because what's the recommendation before us?
I've changed it slightly just based on the conversation today, but the recommendation that was in the report was to hire the third full-time employee, but reduce our part-time hours. So there'd be an add of 74,000, but a reduction in part-time hours of 48,000. So the difference is 25,860 would be the cost for the third employee. And then we also have the capacity limits being reduced to right now at 150 to non-residents, 250 to residents.
And do we get a mover and seconder for that?
No.
before
No, we went through it all sort of as one. That's fine.
So, need some direction here because they're kind of tied, so.
Well, like, staff will come back very quickly with the numbers, right?
Like, you're comfortable with that?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. I mean, my gut is telling me though that, like, we have all the work done at the park that's done, so that's more sidewalks, more trails, more,
Mhm.
like, and we're hearing already that Public Works can't take on anymore. I think that, yes, we should see the numbers, we should see the hours and the cost and all that, but instinct is telling me that there's more than one reason, more than one, reason to validate having that extra
All
person.
right, so hearing the discussion, what do you?
So hearing everything, I have that, so nothing from the previous resolution really, or the previous, part of the motion. That council directs staff to further analyze and report back to council regarding the need for a third full-time facility operator through compiling facility, rental usage hours by hours and capacity. Identifying whether an increase to the facility rental fees is justified to recover the operating costs associated with the third operator. And that the Postage Community Center capacity limits of 150 for non-residents, 250 for residents be updated in our rental agreements effective immediately.
Okay, can I get a move for that? Please, Councilor Wolf, second by Councilor Viet. The hours thing, trying to tabulate for the rentals. If I were to walk in tomorrow and rent the PCC, what time do I get it? And what time do I have to be out?
You, Mr. Chair. So our prime rental days are on Fridays and Saturdays. Renters have exclusive use of the facility starting at 10 a.m. till 2 a.m. the following morning. On our non-prime days, being Monday or Sunday, through to Thursday, it's a minimum 3-hour rental window. So they can rent the facility at whatever time they would like with a minimum of a 3-hour rental.
So what I'm hearing is some of it'll be relatively easy to collect because your prime times are 10 a.m. till whatever you just said, 2 a.m. So that's Friday, Saturdays. Then you're just gonna look at the other rentals that came in Mondays, Thursday, and there won't be as many as those. Not that you have to look at every Friday rental, every Saturday rental, figure out if they were 4 hours, 6 hours. They actually have access from 10 a.m. till 2.
So through Mr. Chair, we will, if we want to assign a capacity to that rental. So if you want to know for that rental on a prime day, how many people were there, we will have to look at each contract.
And through you, Mr. Chair, we're going on what the renter has told us they would be hosting, how many guests.
It is what it is. Okay. All right, so we had a mover second for that, right? Okay, comments, Councilor Hurst?
I'm good. I think this has been a good conversation.
I'm good.
That's good. That's good. And you're comfortable, your team's comfortable on what numbers we're looking for?
I read it out, as long as that's what we're thinking, then
Yeah.
yes, I think I understand.
As part of your resolution that you report back on a full cost recovery for non-residents and the rate,
I don't have full cost recovery,
or at
but
least a,
I have to increase the facility rental fees. But the increase is justified based on sort of our operating costs associated with the third operator.
numbers, all good? All in favor? Do you have a question or was that all in favor?
Continuing.
We still have the other items that we're talking about. This one was kind of
Yeah.
just
we just
broken
did-
out. Yeah.
Just broke that one out.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, we just have number 17 left, and then we can go back to what we decided on for the previous. So this was just the revised drop in skating schedule, and the council had directed us to get some feedback from the youth committee. So we have made the change. They're supportive of the additional programming for the 13 to 17-year-olds. And that's going to be implemented for this season.
Great.
all good?
What's the advertisement? Again, I guess we just continue on with the social media advertising.
All right, and then you have the resolution for the
Yes.
remainder of everything dealt with.
So that report ADM 2023-062 entitled Service Level Review Outstanding Items be received. And the council approved the added administrative technical support in the building and bylaw departments to be funded as 20K from the 2024 tax levy and 61K from the building reserve. And the council refer the heritage grant funding and heritage CIP options to the Heritage Committee for comment and report back to council. And this one I might need a bit of assistance on the wording, but it was that council direct staff to contribute 10,000 to the Heritage Grant Reserve on an annual basis, but I knew we wanted that specific, so it wasn't a tax levy increase each year.
And I should know this, but where did that first 10,800 come from?
It was money, it was funds that we had set aside for advertising that we reallocated.
All I was saying is whenever it gets added to the levy, whether it's in future years or next year, that it be dedicated to that reserve going forward. So I don't know if council wants to add 10.8 this year, I'd be fine with not, until we know more of the budget, but whenever there's a levy added for this specific reserve, that money stayed dedicated to this reserve, similar to what we do with the gravel roads. So,
Okay, I don't think we need to comment the comment that I've made then.
okay.
All right, and the council approved the aerial survey of concession road 2 from Wellington Road 35 to concession road 7 at an amount of 2,443. For the mapping to be funded from the gravel extraction study funding of 25K.
Can I back you up? Sorry, I want to go back to that 10,800.
Okay,
We don't have a levy increase to fund that reserve right now. When do we anticipate people being able to draw from that reserve?
likely in 2025 when we have
I'm
a
25.
program, we could develop the program in 25 and then it could be utilized in 25, but we know that our designated properties our timing to designate our properties that are on the list right now is January 2025.
So we're good to leave it till 24 for a tax levy increase.
Or 1925.
Yeah, like budget discussions in 24 for 25. That's kind of what the page you were on. Okay.
If we're thinking around 2 grant applications per year, 5,000 each, we would be in good shape. Even if we want to contribute next year for 2025, it's still be in good shape.
So I figure we contributed 10 already for 24. And next year we'll contribute for 25.
I don't know where we're gonna be in the budget, but it'd be nice to have 20 grand going into a heritage program that all of a sudden we designated, a lot of buildings, 10 grand is not gonna go far.
Well, we're gonna have the operating budget come through, and then we've got things like grants we'll be looking at, so there's opportunities.
I'm good, it's not a very big budget line to figure it out. And staff, if that budget line is exhausted and we get more applications, can staff bring them to council for consideration?
Through Mr. Chair, that's the great thing about this, creating it under the Ontario Heritage Act, where we have flexibility.
That's what I would like. So then we can at least weigh the merits of, we get 6 applicants.
Yeah.
Let's go. It's just not a hard no. That's good. Okay. I'm gonna move it back. Councilor Hurst, thank you. Councilor Goya. Which one are we moving? I backtrack.
Sorry, so I've read it. I can read it one more time. We're going to receive the report. The council approved the added administrative/technical support role in the building and bylaw departments to be funded 20K from the 2024 tax levy and 61K from the building reserve. That the council refer the Heritage Grant Funding and Heritage CIP options to the Heritage Committee for comment. And that council approved the aerial survey of Concession Road 2, and that would be funded through the gravel extraction study funding of 25K.
Excellent. And we have a mover and a seconder.
Just got it, yeah.
Any last comments? Okay, all in favor? It's carried. I believe we're on 10.3, right? This one I want to break into 2 pieces. The historical designation of Puslinch as a hamlet.
Okay.
And then we'll do the special economic study area that
Originally a significant economic development.
our CEDAC. So anyways, council. Through the OPA 119 submission from Wellington County on our behalf, the province declined or removed our request to designate the little hamlet of Puslinch as a hamlet. And with everything going on with current legislation, the province is looking for I don't know if it's guidance, but if your OPA was amended under the previous minister, it's my understanding that the new minister, if there were amendments, is looking for council resolutions. And I actually believe they said it didn't require a council resolution. It could be the mayor could send a letter which I'm not supportive of, but I did read it. And so they removed Puslinch as being able to be designated a hamlet, which would have permitted some growth in the area. And we're just looking for council's direction on if we would like to submit that we would, what was the wording we were gonna use? That it still be considered?
Still be considered, and we do have a wording from our previous resolution as Council School list that asked.
Can you,
Yeah, I can read what we had previously resolved and submitted. So it was whereas the County of Wellington, County Council has directed, whereas Wellington County Council directed county staff to request the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing to consider the exclusion of the regionally significant economic development study area. Therefore, be it resolved that the Township of Puslinch requests that the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing to consider the exclusion of the regional significant economic development study area and the hamlet of Puslinch identified in the amendment as part of the proposed Greenbelt plan expansion.
it's not, there's a lot of exclusion wording in there and I'm not, so.
Yeah, we were looking for our area that we identified through our CETA as well as the hamlet to be excluded from the Greenbelt plan expansion so that we could
Oh.
conduct our study.
So the Greenbelt expansion is not on the table currently. It's still shelved. It hasn't been stopped entirely, but it's at least shelved. I think the way the wording needs to go is that OPA one through the provincial approval of OPA 119, the identification of the hamlet of Puslinch was denied. Puslinch Council requests reconsideration on that matter or Puslinch Council requests under future Greenbelt policy review that the hamlet of Puslinch be identified as a hamlet. One is a little bit longer scope look. The way over it there.
Okay. Mr. Chair, what the county has in their report, which is what we asked for clarification on, is they were asking for deferral of the consideration for identifying the historic hamlet of Puslinch. So just deferring that decision until the future Greenbelt plan review took place.
And that could be 5 years from now. So that means you can't study that. So what you want to do is include it. You want to go back to what you had in OPA 119 was the hamlet of Puslinch was not part of the Greenbelt.
So, so the Puslinch resolution, we want to endorse the original OPA 19 submission with the hamlet of Puslinch included in the study area. And then you can't have a part of this conversation. You can, but you'd be in a conflict of interest.
I'm not
Clear. So you- And then the remainder of council has to consider the province added lands adjacent to the hamlet north of concession 4. Technically, if you read, it's my understanding, if you read the way they're approaching OP approvals, anything the ministry added arbitrarily will revert back. So we have to decide if we want to send whether we want those lands adjacent to the hamlet east of Side Road 20 included in the study area to be studied. Does that make sense? So it's two components. We want the hamlet of Puslinch still left in the study area, and whether or not you want the added lands north of concession 4 beside the hamlet east of Side Road 20 left in. Councilors.
Yes, to board.
Councilor Goyda.
Yes, to both. I'm just trying to pull up the original, visual plan.
119.
Yeah.
I'll give you some time.
Yeah, okay.
You're yes to the one you're allowed to talk to, the Puslinch one?
Yes.
Question, if it's not in the study plan, what happens to it?
Well, I should let you speak to that. I mean, anybody can buy land and bring a OPA and zoning change, but maybe Ms. Whitewash, you could speak to that as well as what it means if we leave it in the study area. Is it residential, is it industrial, is it? What does it mean?
So through you, Mr. Chair, and just generally, because I think it applies to both of the properties. If we don't have it included in our study area, for instance, and it does get included in the greenbelt, then we've lost our opportunity there. So by sort of earmarking it through our study, by saying we'd like to study this and not have it included in a greenbelt review or a greenbelt expansion, it preserves our ability to sort of develop that land if it's identified through that. But if it's not included in the study area, then it sort of isn't indicating to the province that we want to develop something there, and it could get scooped into the greenbelt. So I think in that respect, having it part of the study area sort of protects that land for whatever outcome comes of the RCEDA. Likewise, for potential employment lands or residential lands that we're wanting identified that maybe aren't in the greenbelt but have been added to the study area. If they're not included in that, it doesn't preclude the landowner from initiating a Planning Act application on their own. But it would just be amending the official plan through that normal planning process rather than a township sort of initiated review that would have been informed through the study.
My take on this is it keeps our options way more open for potential future development. It doesn't mean that any of that land in question will be developed. It just means we have the opportunity
We're gonna study it.
to have a degree of influence over it.
That's what the conversation with Aldo, when I asked him about this, it just means that we're going to study it. The report could come back and say, no. The report could say, yes, we don't know, but including lands, Puslinch, north part to study is probably wise because it's options. That's my understanding.
And do
Councilor?
we know what timeline we're looking on for the study?
So through Mr. Chair, the scoping project that we were looking to get back probably the end of this year from the county. We're still hoping to have it sort of initiated early 2024 with completion by the end of 2024.
18 months, 12 to 18 months, probably closer to 18 months, maybe 16 if that keeps us into 24. We had now November, December, yeah, so 14 months. 18 months would put us into 25. Time's flying. Let's go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I am in agreement with what Councilor, I agree with what Councilor Hurst said in terms of the and I think I have found the original OPA 119 too, if that's helpful.
I'm good, so.
Okay. I was meaning in terms of the wording you wanted to use for the hamlet of this lunch.
What do
But
you,
do you have, if you think it's captured?
what did you capture?
I'm still working a little bit on it,
Do
but
you want to read what you have there that might?
So the very first sort of round of that OPA 119, it said notwithstanding the removal of policy 6.4.7, staff proposed to identify the existing historic hamlet of Puslinch in the official plan. There are diminishing opportunities for Puslinch to accommodate growth due to a fixed supply of available land in the following existing areas. And then it ends by saying the historic hamlet of Puslinch is a long-standing small community in the township with existing residential, institutional, and commercial uses that should be recognized in the county official plan. But then it looks like at some point it was modified to say, in accordance with council's direction to October 2021 planning committee report, staff have requested that the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing consider the exclusion of the hamlet of Puslinch identified in the amendment as part of the proposed Greenbelt expansion plan.
The problem is the Greenbelt expansion is not what we're dealing with right now, because that was when, remember they were gonna expand the Greenbelt into Puslinch and like before they even blew it up recently, they were gonna expand the Greenbelt. And I don't know if they had identified specific areas for development, but they were just expanding the Greenbelt. So
It talks about in here, section 2.3.5.1 of the PPS states that planning authorities may only exclude land from prime agricultural areas for expansion or identification of settlement areas in accordance with policy 1.1.3.8. I guess because it's in protected countryside, that's why they're suggesting that. I don't know. I don't know that.
What do you have recorded? Like for a resolution?
So I'm just reading the County of Wellington report that was provided here again, and it is the reversal of the modifications to the County Official Plan 119. A separate report will address the proposed provincial reversal of the Greenbelt Plan changes that were made in December 2022. So I'm thinking there may be some value in restating our position on excluding these lands from the Greenbelt review.
It's not a bad thing to, the Greenbelt review. Well, hold on, it's like a double negative. If you're reviewing the Greenbelt, we don't want them to not look at it. We want them to look at it and then just take it out. So is that what that's saying?
It's saying, they're wanting the hamlet to be excluded, like ensure that it's not going to be
But it's not a hamlet yet.
a historic hamlet.
But
It's not designated.
as soon as those lands are designated Greenbelt, you can't have. a
Isn't it already? Down there's already Greenbelt, isn't it? It's already, pull up the map of the Greenbelt. I'm sure, it's in. And the reason why the ministry declined it is because it's already in the Greenbelt, but wasn't designated a hamlet. What the county's saying is it was a hamlet before the Greenbelt came in 2005. They removed that designation, but said, oh, we'll put it back once the MTO builds the bypass. 20 years goes by, they didn't build the bypass like they thought they were. They're saying, well, you gotta put that designation back in because we were waiting on your bypass. If you're not building the bypass, we want our hamlet designation.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, in part of the county's report, they say, to meet the government's stated objective to not contravene existing provincial legislation, example, the Greenbelt Act, staff also support reinstatement of the following modifications in Lynch. Greenbelt, so reinstating, I suppose, through this reversal, Greenbelt plan removals and additions elsewhere for regionally significant economic development study area. So if you recall, our study area did previously include part of the south part of the municipality, and they removed that because of the Greenbelt review. So the county's asking for that to be reinstated and a deferral of consideration of identifying the historic hamlet of Puss Lynch. So they're looking for that not to be identified as Greenbelt until they do this Greenbelt plan review.
So the county position only addresses the land south of the 401 when it comes to study area. We still have to
Yes.
mention our,
Absolutely.
So
we made that little comment section of the county's report may be good to sort of incorporate into
yeah.
our motion.
Is there anybody
there
that
a
can pull up the
deadline?
map? Can anybody pull up the map of where the Greenbelt is in?
I got it right here. It's Puss Lynch, like the hamlet is within the Greenbelt.
So, yeah, the hamlet designation is not about the expansion of the Greenbelt. It's the fact that it was designated historically, removed, supposed to be put back in when the bypass went in. That's not gonna happen ever, apparently. So they're asking for it back and how we capture that. And the county is asking for deferral of the decision to not give us the designation because we didn't get the answer we wanted. So are we wanting to support that or just go a little firmer and say, we want it designated? I mean, I'm gonna be frank here. Designated will probably allow 1 to 4 consents. It's not like it's gonna bring a 30 lot subdivision on, so we're not discussing massive growth in the township. Will it provide some landowners a couple opportunities? Sure. So do we want to just endorse the county's recommendation and say, don't make a decision on Puss Lynch yet? And deal with that later, or do we want to go a little harder stance? Councilor Hurst?
Like the former idea with the county, I think to me, I guess like the larger picture in my mind is. Keep our options open, allow us to have influence to some degree over land use planning. As best we can, given the environment, given the environment currently. So that's kind of where I'm at.
I'll add a bit more because our time should be focused on this RCEDA. Because that's along the 401 corridor, parts of the Hamlet, maybe not the part up in the north. But that's gonna bring growth that's gonna help this community, not to take away from this Bushland one. So I'm, Councilor Goyda.
Yeah, I think it's important to sort of be consistent with what the county originally asked for and not sort of use the opportunity to now ask for more than what was originally asked, because I think that might just not translate well. So I think what the county originally asked for is deferral, like basically to put it back to what it was before, which was the greenbelt, hold off until the greenbelt review takes place. I think we should stay consistent with that.
For the designation of Bushland.
Yeah.
I know, I look at it, takes away sometimes some of our flexibility. I hear what you're saying, 3 or 4 sentences, but the Morrison bypass does go through, there's gonna be a lot more opportunities for development there.
I'm just trying to find consensus because it's just about the wording. So I'm easy.
See, I just worry we're gonna get the Morrison bypass in and all of a sudden, while it's in the green belt, we can't do it.
Well, it's already in. It's not like they're adding it, but it's getting them to put back the historical designation. So if the wording could be, Bushland requests that the Bushland Hamlet, the historical Bushland Hamlet be designated through OPA 119 as requested. I don't know, like where do you go from like this? Because that's what happened. We tried to identify it through 119, the province said no. So the county's saying defer that no until you review the green belt. So are we saying, please review it again right away, or what are we saying?
We're saying that we want the flexibility to do masters of our own fate by having the opportunity to decide what we want to do with that piece of historic Bushland. That's what I'm saying.
So Postage Council supports Wellington County's position in OPA 119 for the designation of Postage as a hamlet. So that's the one part.
And are we using the same wording that the counties use, the deferral of
No.
consideration?
No, and then ahead of any greenbelt policy review. So what we're saying is we want options this week. You ready? I'm gonna say it all again, but I don't know if I can get it right 3 times. So, Osage Council supports Wellington County's OPA 119 submission to designate the historical hamlet of Bushland. Say as a hamlet. Ahead of the next greenbelt policy review. And can also say Bushland Council supports OPA 119 inclusion of study areas as submitted by Wellington County south of Highway 401. That's where they cut it off, right? So, and then the third part that the colleague to the left can't speak to.
But we're gonna do that separate?
Yeah,
Okay. Let's just get this one.
okay. So what do you have? Look at the clocks at 4.
Okay. Okay, so whereas the Township of Plymouth Council had previously requested the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing to consider the exclusion of the hamlet of Plymouth from the proposed Greenbelt Plan review. And whereas Plymouth Council supports the County of Wellington request as identified in their November 9th committee report regarding the provincial reversal of OPA 119 modification. Therefore, in order to meet the government's stated objective to not contravene existing provincial legislation, example, the Greenbelt Act, staff also support the following modifications in Plymouth.
Staff or council?
Oh, sorry, yes, I'm sorry, that's Plymouth Council supports the County OPA 119 submission to designate the historic hamlet of Plymouth ahead of the next Greenbelt policy review, and Plymouth Council supports OPA.
As a hamlet.
Okay.
Sorry.
It may not be necessary to say that, but we can put that in. Because it's a designation of the historic hamlet.
That's a hamlet.
That's right.
Yeah, okay. Well,
We can put it in, but I think it's,
I wish that little hamlet was called something else other than Puslinch, because you have too many Puslinches in there, and that's not, you know what I mean? That's why, but I'm fine, if everybody else is fine, I'm fine. I just, so, no, if you're fine with leaving it out.
yeah, because we talked about designating the historic hamlet of Plymouth. We're designating the hamlet.
Okay.
Yeah. Ahead of the next Greenbelt policy review. And Plymouth Council supports OPA 119 inclusion of the study areas submitted by Wellington County south of 401.
Do we have to say that was removed? Remember up here wherever it talks of whatever they did, do we have to say that or no? Because
Down there where you say Plymouth Council support, okay, Plymouth Council supports OPA 119, inclusion of the study areas as submitted by Wellington County.
yeah, does it have to say and removed by?
We could say,
Or is it clear enough? Okay,
I think it's clear.
okay. Comments on that? Sirs, it's good.
Good.
I think it's good. I was just confused with your first sentence, like the beginning.
Yeah, so, through Mr. Chair, I'm just sort of restating our position previously, so whereas we had previously requested the minister, to consider the exclusion of the hamlet.
Okay.
From their proposed Greenbelt Plan review.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Will we get on that one? Will we vote on that one?
I think.
Okay, move for that, considers, seconded by Councillor Goida. So last comments on those two components? Okay, all in favor? Yeah, that's carried. And then I guess separate, I'm gonna be kind of the same thing, just add in.
Okay. Yes.
So now we're gonna discuss the lands, the study area that was added by the ministry to OPA 119. We're supportive of that study area. Now,
Does that have to get broken into two because
we just did, yeah.
okay, yeah,
He's out even.
right.
Sure.
The council received. Oh, sorry, not one. Whereas the Township of Plymouth Council had previously requested the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing to consider the exclusion of the regionally significant economic development study area from the proposed Greenbelt Plan review. Whereas Plymouth Council supports the County of Wellington request as identified in their November 9th, 2023 committee report regarding the provincial reversal of OPA 119 modifications. Therefore, in order to meet the government's stated objective to not contravene existing provincial legislation, staff also support reinstatement of the following modifications in Plymouth. Greenbelt plan removals and additions elsewhere for the regionally significant economic development study area.
Right, so that covers both, but that covers that part south of the 401 again. Because they removed it.
Yep.
And it covers the piece.
And I believe we can add to that. Well, it does note and addition elsewhere, so the removals and the addition. So we can just, instead of saying the removals, we can say the Greenbelt or the additions to the regionally significant development study area.
Well, we want the removals put in as like reconsidered as well.
Yes.
But we already said that in the previous one, it doesn't hurt to do. One thing I worry about is, because we're lumping them together, they might squash it. Because they're very sensitive to the greenbelt stuff right now.
Okay. So do we want to just note our support for the addition
Yeah,
to,
just because we've already covered the other one.
Yeah.
And I don't know, this. I guess this letter, November 3rd. Anybody else see that? Did I send this, the MMH letters from? Did you get this one?
I'm not sure.
That was a niche on the page.
It was, right? Okay.
These are quoted.
Yeah. Sometimes I don't know if they send them to her and I put them to her. Okay, so what do you have, Catherine?
So I've just changed it to, instead of the removal, the additional lands being added to the regionally significant economic development study area.
Great. Can I get a mover for that for discussion? Counselor Hurst, seconded by Counselor Goida.
Yeah.
Yep, all right. Conversation, Counselor Hurst.
Good. I think that's where we need to be at on this.
Yeah, Counselor Goida.
Yes.
All in favor? Okay, do you have any other items to deal with on?
Nothing in correspondence.
No, but, same with the 119, there's no other items, so Brandon. 10.3.
Nope, so it was the county report, and then we had also appended, I believe, the letter that we had received just to submit comments.
Okay, all right, I think we're on to mayor's updates, all right? No, what am I missing?
Notice a motion by Council Boyd.
Oh, my agenda doesn't fill that.
It's later down now?
Yeah.
Later.
Oh, yes, it's down later.
Motion.
Well, what do we have, MTO to meet the new director for West Region tomorrow at 4, you said you meet twice. TAML meeting tomorrow. At 1. So obviously before 4, so we have MPAC coming to present the new gravel pit assessment methodology. We're gonna discuss the fee schedule for TAML membership. Direction for TAML going forward. Some closed items we're gonna be discussing.
Blitzes, like truck
We're supposed to be,
safety blitzes.
we're supposed to be setting up a meeting with the OPP to discuss some of that stuff. We haven't been able to, mostly at my end.
Was that being done through Tatmo kind of, or no?
No, that was
Okay.
through us just looking for some blitzes and after some information.
I would imagine most participating municipalities would welcome truck blitz, wouldn't they?
Yeah, the OPP did some on their own without any affiliation with TAMO and Center Wellington and, I don't know if it was Rockwood or Erin.
You're in that one,
Yeah, but we were in contact with Steve before the summer break and trying to pick that back up. There's some logistics because where do you take the trucks to weigh them? Do stuff, pointing them over on the side of 34 or wherever it may be and trying to weigh them is problematic, so we're just working through the logistics on that. Anything else? Okay. Mover second to receive that. One.
Do you want to do the council votes?
Oh, they all go together in that resolution. Okay, council, updates.
We had a Heritage Committee meeting on Monday. Wasn't in attendance, so maybe staff have some updates on that one, but if not, I'll review the notes and provide an update at the next meeting.
That works. Moving to seconder for those two. Councillor Goyda, Councillor Lewis, all in favor? Ooh. Bylaw, whoa. Bylaws, I guess, second, third reading.
The following bylaws be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2023-046, being a bylaw to appoint parking bylaw enforcement officers and to repeal bylaw 53-20.
Alright, can I get a move for that? Councillor Bailey, second by Councillor Lewis, all in favor? That's carried. Announcements.
Our staff, can you give an update on Remembrance Day?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, the Optimist Club has confirmed that the service will be taking place on Saturday at the Wilson Community Center. The public is welcome to join anytime after 10 o'clock, and the service will commence at 10:30.
Thank you. I want to thank Councillor Spoulos for attending the Wellington County Remembrance Day ceremony in my absence. That was Monday, right?
Yep.
And how did that go, Councillor Spoulos?
Very good.
Yeah, the road was closed early there. Did you make it through?
We made it through and on the way out, they were in the process of closing it. We just got there. The truck was about to walk off the road and we just scooted by.
Nice. Well, I appreciate it, attending on my behalf, and they do a nice job up there with all the decorations on the hill and.
Yeah, that's good, yeah.
Anything from anyone else on announcements?
I saw it in the Pioneer, the Santa Claus parade.
24th.
Thank you. That's right. Forward to that. Nope. All right.
Yes, I am looking forward to it.
Yes.
But
No announcements. You're not gonna announce that you're looking forward to the parade. Business arising from the closed session? None? All right, notice of motion. Councillor, go ahead.
Thank you. So I don't do these very often, so do I read the motion first?
Well, so through you, Mr. Chair, the notice was provided at October 25th meeting, and so now it's on the floor for discussion as presented in the agenda. The proper notice has been given, so if you'd like to read it again for council, or
I don't need to read it.
I don't think so.
Can I discuss it?
Yes,
Or do we need to move ours?
you can discuss it. Probably should get moved in a seconder. Councillor Bailey, Councillor Spoulos.
Okay, thank you. So, just the rationale for bringing this motion forward is that through the rec committee, I've been finding that it is sometimes challenging to get really good, meaningful discussion taking place. The recreation committee is a committee that works best when there's sort of like a bunch of ideas bouncing around and open discussion taking place. And it seems as though perhaps some members are reluctant to ask questions or to provide ideas because they're not exactly sure of some of the bylaws, some of the rules, some of the policies in place, and they are worried that with the video going on YouTube, that they may appear to be asking, for lack of a better word, a dumb question during a recreation committee meeting. And so I brought this motion forward because I do feel that if the members of the committee are less concerned about how their discussion will be left permanently online till the end of time, that there will be more open dialogue that takes place, and in turn, hopefully more idea sharing and more good projects coming out of that committee. So that is the basis for bringing this forward.
Councillor Hurst.
No questions. I think that makes a lot of sense in my standpoint. I think one of the key functions of that committee is to come up with ideas, have a discussion, and you know what? Not everything's gonna be perfect the first time you say it, so I can completely appreciate the sentiment of the committee. I'm in support.
Thank you.
I'm in support of it. It's not a statutory committee required, so by any action, I'm fully supportive of course.
Bailey.
Yeah, I'm fully supportive. If a resident wanted to, know what was going on, are the minutes still available kind of in the council calendar or in
So through you, Mr. Chair, minutes will be taken, but they only provide direction. So there will not be sort of a verbatim discussion captured in them.
But just to clarify, the motion is not suggesting that the meetings become closed or anything like that. The public can still attend those meetings. It's just the recording and posting of that.
Okay, thank you.
What if? Is there any value in recording it and not posting it for, referencing back?
So through you, Mr. Chair, there's always good value in that. I find it's value often for our new committee members that come on board because they can go back and sort of see the context. We won't have storage capacity to store them on our server, but we can look to see if there, I don't know if there's options to. They would still be placed on YouTube, but they would be private, and so they would not be available to the public.
Just take that as a consideration, but I'm supportive of it too.
And they wouldn't be live streamed, like we wouldn't,
Right.
it would just be sort of. We have to look into how to do that, but.
But we could do that, the terms of reference would still have to be modified, that they're not posted on the public. And whether record them and whether we record them and put them on private YouTube or whatever, however, that doesn't have to be part of this motion, does it? No.
Okay. We good? All in favor?
Thank you, everybody.
New business? Confirmatory bylaw.
The following bylaw be taken as read 3 times and finally passed to open council, bylaw 2023-047, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings for council. The corporation of the township of Clifton, this meeting held on the 8th of November 2023.
Move for that, please. Counselor Hurst, second by Counselor Bailey, all in favor? We adjourn. It's 5 times.
Council hereby adjourns at 3:21. Yeah.
Okay, mover, Counselor Goodis, Poulos, all in favor? We're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.